Good evening, everyone. This is Tyrus the Warlock. I hope everyone had a good week. I had a decent week. It was all right. Um, One of the benefits of having kids old enough to drive is that you could send them on snack runs and they love it. You know what I mean? I buy you fly. Oh, it's amazing. So the Red Bull and the Twix is on the way. Gonna be I'm gonna need it, man. I'm tired. Guys, I have been okay. If any of you guys have ever tried working with like some of the AI workflows or like with Codex or Claude or anything with the paid plans, guys, I have hit my weekly cap repeatedly. You get what I mean? Like I even got like one of the a reset for OpenAI and I still hit it. That's how knee deep I've been using like the stuff, just trying to develop it and overall just having fun. Like, dog, it's frustrating as hell, but it's just fun to just play around with it, like infrastructure, you know what I mean? Try to see how the parts are, how they play together. The real big thing is the MCPs, right? These are the adapters because not every like every brain just doesn't know everything, right? You got to give it a toolkit, right? Like for example, if you're used to Windows, right? You use like FL Studio for like making music and everything like that. So you got to create an MCP or use some of the plugins that they have and you got to integrate that uh with whatever model brain. So right now I'm using the DeepSeek R1. I think it's the 32B model, right? It's just complicated, man. It's weird. Like I am not a software developer, so this is very much in the lane of like vibe coding and things like that. Um, but again, it's just fun to keep myself. Y'all know me, man. I got too much time on my hands, unfortunately. So I got a freaking. I'm glad I got a project that I can like go down the rabbit hole and sink my teeth in, man. But guys, there's really we're just gonna freestyle this one tonight. We could talk about pretty much anything tonight, man. I'm gonna go ahead and uh can I pin this? I'm gonna drop the link early. We can just chop it up about whatever. Um, I think that's how you pin it. Anyway, guys, one of the big things. Did y'all see the base GTA 6 is started at $80? $80. I didn't even see what was in the limited edition because that's $100. But y'all already know. By the way, the pre-orders are available. Y'all already know if you really want to play, they did it, guys. If you really want to play the real game, you're gonna have to spend that extra 20. And now y'all know this is precedent. So there's gonna be a whole, I mean, guys, there's gonna be a whole bunch of shitty ass games that don't have half the features that GTA 6 will have, and they're gonna be like, yeah, we could charge $80 for this. Remember, guys, some of these publishers already been boosting that shit up to like 70, right? Lucky if you get these, right? You'd be lucky if you get some of these base games at 60. And you see they started to push you toward getting the subs. So you just play the games like on your monthly sub and everything. By the way, fun fact, I don't know if they're gonna change it, but there will be no physical copies of GTA 6. right? It's going to be digital. So I mean, you know what? That's actually on par with GTA 6 because it really is uh, a reflection of our society in real life, and because you know what sucks is I'm buy it. I'm absolutely gonna buy it, and I'm gonna play the hell out of that game. But as a customer at that price range, oh, you better believe you're not gonna get the benefit of the doubt at that price range. And I believe what's the year, guys? It's been what, 13 years? Yeah, at that price range, bro, every single bug playing the single player experience, people are going to be on it. People are going to be nitpicking that shit. At $80 to $100 for a fucking video game, yes, bro, people are going to be going over that shit with a fine tooth comb. Bro, like seriously, this shit is ridiculous. Y'all know the average gamer. Well, let's be clear. For me, and I'm not balling at all. For anybody, $80 for a video game is a lot of fucking money. So now imagine for like teenagers, young 20s who gotta, you know, they still. Let's be clear. There's nothing wrong with it. It's that age is normal, bro. You still asking your parents for help for getting some of these games, bro. And so then you look at the price of like that Steam computer that came out, and that shit is like apparently people been testing it out. That hardware's trash. Y'all already see the consumer level gaming products like the GPUs, the memory, the SSDs. Them things are priced out of control. Good luck getting a decent DDR4, DDR5 memory stick, and you don't have to freaking sell. You don't have to sacrifice your firstborn for that. DL, what's good, man?
What's on the plan? How you feeling?
Not much, man. I'm starting off my rant and rambling tonight by complaining about the GTA 6 prices.
Oh,
Overall, you're talking about the inflation, everything's just costing too damn much, man.
hey man, you ain't seen nothing yet, bro. I mean, it is what it is. Because it takes time for that stuff to hit us, and that the global strategic oil reserves, all of the NATO countries, America including some other countries. Trump said it a couple weeks ago. He was like, "We're only 4 weeks away from total catastrophe," and then the
Why would you
deal.
say that out loud? Why,
Dude, he's stupid.
DL? And I didn't mean to cut you off because you cook it, but you know me, bro. Why would you say that out loud
He's
during
stupid.
peace negotiations?
He's stupid. And the Iranians, people forget, but on day one of the war, this illegal, unauthorized, thing that we did, they said they're gonna hold out until November. They said it. The first thing they said, like, we're gonna hold out until November. We know the Americans got the election coming up. We're gonna hold out until November. And they made them a sweet deal. We're gonna give you all this money. We're gonna remove all these sanctions. I mean, 300 billion. That's a lot of incentive. You get that. You could put a toll. I'm sorry, not a toll. They say it's not a toll, right? It's an environmental service fee or whatever. I'm like, bro, really?
Yeah.
And if you fall for that, y'all, for real, if y'all fall for that, I got a bridge down here in Tampa I want to sell you. It's a real pretty bridge. I give it to you for a good price. So, but yeah, shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Black Man, everybody. Because I heard you say you were gonna freestyle. So after you finish ranting, I got something I want to throw at you. I want to get your reaction to.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, guys. So I'm just kind of pissed off, DL. Like that news
Oh,
hit me
you always
today.
pissed off.
Um, DL. Typically, I'm not the one to whine about gas prices. You know what kind of ride I got, and I know what I got myself into. Okay. Everybody knows what they get themselves into. Typically,
bro.
right? Our Mopar
Bro, I got a
guys
GLE.
are
I got a GLE,
okay.
man. So
Okay, so you know. So you know. Okay.
it is what it is, bro.
Even then, I am not a happy camper paying $95 to fill up my fucking car.
Dang.
At 93, bro, that's ridiculous. You know what I mean? And
Bro,
I
you didn't
understand.
live in LA, man. I lived in LA for over 20 years. So
I feel for them. You know what I mean? I feel for them. I don't live in LA. I live in Ohio, and that's just too damn much. You know what I mean? It that's me complaining with first world problems. You get what I mean? It's annoying as shit. So now imagine our fellow Americans who don't have a bougie ass car to worry about because a car for them really is supposed to be just A to B and good on gas, and they got to fill up on 87, 89, bro, and the prices still ain't coming down like that. And while on one hand, when it comes to strategy, DL, you don't say that shit out loud with our oil reserves being like 4 weeks away. Like, why would? On the other hand, when Trump is bragging about us producing the most oil in the country or in the world, that means absolutely jack shit. Especially when, again, I've done the research on this pod. Uh, a lot of our oil is exported anyway. We actually import a lot of our oil because of our lack of investing into the oil infrastructure necessary to process our own homegrown oil reserves, our crude oil, right? And so I'm looking at all this horse shit that is designed like this on purpose, DL, right? And again, I don't know, man. I'm at a loss for words. It's almost like I want to scream, but I know there's no point. You know what I mean? You're on mute, no. You're on mute, DL. DL, you're on mute.
my bad. I was checking something in the background. I would say this, bro. Americans are raised to be dumb for a reason. Right? You can't pull this off. Like, look at what's going on in UK. Look at what's going on, in Germany and Spain and France. You name the country, Japan, South Korea. Those populations are educated, right? So you can't do what's going on in America anywhere else. It only works on Americans. Why? Because they don't educate us. Like for those of us who had kids in school, I mean, bro, you can take, I don't know, if you lined up, 100 college kids right now, put a map in front of them, just making up numbers, man. How many of them you think will be able to find Mongolia?
Maybe 40%, maybe.
Boy, you're being generous.
Because they're in college. You know
Line
what I mean?
up
I'm
those.
being generous. Yeah.
you
Yeah.
trying to get the benefit of the
Yeah.
doubt,
Yeah.
right? If you ask them, what two countries fought in the American Civil War, how many of them you think will get that correct?
You know what's crazy? I wouldn't be surprised if half of them got it wrong.
Bro, I'm gonna say 80% will get it wrong. College
Nah, not that
kids,
much, DL. Nah,
bro.
nah,
I'm telling you,
nah.
man. Depends on the school. Yes. Especially, man, Fresno State. You know what I mean? Northridge College. What's up, Cali? I'm telling you, yes. So that's done by design. I think the thing is the 1% didn't really count on Trump winning the first time. Trump surprised himself when he won the first time, and then like his hold on MAGA now is down to their absolute hardcore fanatic base. It's not, everyone's mad right now because, like you said, it's hitting them in their pockets. Gas, everything's expensive, or whatever. But I don't think the 1% thought that Trump will be this much of a wild card. I mean, because like he's just fucking up everything, bro. And we put him there. It is what it is. We all got to take credit for it. I didn't vote for the guy, but I'm still an American. Like, we still got to do. He is still the president of all of America. So, hey guys, in November, make sure y'all get out and vote. Make sure y'all put some guardrails on this dude, because that's the only way to slow him down, if not outright stop him. And you're starting to see some Republicans are starting to cross the aisle just to stop him from doing stuff and block him or whatever. So we need y'all to come out and vote, guys. Need y'all to come out and vote.
Rogish son, I want to pronounce your name correctly, so please help me out. But thanks for rocking with me, bro. What do any of you say to the current status of the economic system being a shift that must occur for capitalism to evolve into techno-feudalism? And so I wanted to pull that up so everybody's got. Woo. Techno-feudalism is a modern economic and political theory proposing that capitalism has died and been replaced by a new system. In this model, massive tech corporations function like feudal lords, and everyday users act as digital serfs, creating wealth by generating data and content. I would say right now we're getting there, Ro. We got a mixture. What sucks is that we've always had an element of that. I think right now they're a little bit more empowered than ever.
I don't think we'll get there. I mean, I think, salute to Rogelson, if I'm saying it correctly. Salute to you, brother. You're a smart guy. You keeping it 100. I don't think we'll get there. We don't have true capitalism here. We have corporate socialism. That's how I look at it. Right? You look at the 1% in these corporations have bought all of the elected officials that they can, and it has worked well for them. Big beautiful bill, bailouts, and all the rest of it. But now, the bottom 99 is like, all right, we've had enough. We've had enough of this. And we have this technology now, like social media. We didn't have this before. So you have YouTube and Instagram and whatever. People are like, holy shit, what's going on? Look what happened in New York with Mamdani and everyone he backed that got in. These are the people that the 1% do not want in office or any kind of power positions whatsoever, because they're going to make them pay their taxes. They're going to come in and they're going to regulate what they're doing. They're going to come down on them. I think we're going to continue to see this. There's going to be a pushback from the bottom 99. And if that doesn't work, people are going to go get the straps. You know what I mean? There's going to be pitchforks and torches because now you can't feed your family. Now you can't afford. You have Americans right now deciding if they can buy gas or buy food. They can't get both, right? They got to get one or the other. You got grown-ups right now going to bed hungry because they got to feed their kids. So they're going to give the kids some food and they're going to go to sleep hungry and they got to go to work. Right. So I don't think we're going to get to that techno-feudalism.
You just described techno-feudalism, bro.
but I don't think we're going to get all the way there.
You really just described exactly what he was asking, dog. That is literally the first trillionaire ever is a who? It's a tech bro, DL.
Yeah, but is he still? I mean, where was where's SpaceX now?
The next richest person.
Where's SpaceX now? Yeah.
Is who? The next richest person probably after that is who? The top 20 richest people on the planet. What's most likely their background?
But if they get wiped out, we have this. I think we got a severe recession coming. I think it's for sure. It can't continue to go. And that who is going to lose the most? it's gonna be the tech bros.
No, it's
It's
not. It's
it's gonna.
us,
Well, no, no,
bro.
no. I'm talking about of when the correction comes, they're gonna lose companies. Shit's gonna happen. They're gonna be hoping for a bailout. They're gonna be looking at
And
Bitcoin
they're
and
gonna
thinking,
get it.
no, what? There's not gonna be any money to bail out anymore because the rest of the world is gonna stop buying American debt. They're already doing it. The rest of the world is
Why?
not buying into it no more.
Why? We found around the world to give Iran or try to offer them 300 billion. We seem to find
Their
billions
money.
out our ass, bro.
Yeah, it's their
You know
money.
what I
Money
mean?
that they took. It's their money, and,
Yeah.
and they're getting it from other people, other country.
Yeah.
Correction, the other countries in the region are wanting to kick in because they want to,
Mhm.
they want to settle their
The
region.
ballroom was supposed to be privately funded too.
But here's that's bullshit when he said it. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. At some point, there is no more money. You can go ahead and print as much green paper as you want, right? But it's fiat currency, it ain't backed by nothing. And when the rest of the world stops buying American bonds, when they stop financing America's debt, and we just keep printing, right? What happens? You can line the walls with it, man. You can wallpaper your house with US dollars, man, because they ain't gonna be worth shit. Look at what's going on in Argentina.
I agree with you. I think we just disagree on the outcome. All this does is strengthen the tech bros, right? Like in every economic crash, that ends up being a massive transfer of wealth because the wealthy are able to buy everything on the cheap. You get what I mean? Like, for example, like that's how they get wealthier. I mean, this idea that we're sick of it, bro. We literally use the apps of the corporations that are creating AI that's putting everybody out of a job. We're literally dependent on these tech corporations, right? And they know that. They're like this is what I'm saying. Like, bro, it's only getting worse, DL.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Like I said, I think we're 98% there. Like it was serious overlap here. What I'm saying is when the correction comes, right? Because everybody is drunk on
Yeah.
betting and everything else. When the correction comes, right? And the government's like, we don't have any more money. We can't bail you out. The tech bros who survive, yeah, they're gonna be sitting on some bread. But I think it's gonna be a huge correction. They're still gonna be up there as far as their wealth. They're still gonna be up there. You know what I mean? Even with SpaceX, I'm like, man, that's a crazy play. I'm like, bro, people are like, did you invest? I'm like, fuck no. Are you kidding? No, bro. That's a rug pull of rug pulls, man. It's like the mama of all rug pulls. And just that is not gonna go anywhere. They're not even making rockets. It's an AI company. You know what I mean? Like when it's like, I'm not investing in that. But I might throw a little money in BuzzFeed. I might back my man Byron Allen. I might do that. But at the end of the day, right? Yes, the 1%, the very tippy top, they're always gonna be okay. But there's gonna be a bloodletting. There's gonna be a lot of people who lose. We're down here at the bottom, we're definitely gonna lose. And people are like, I'm at the bottom 99. I make six figures. Like, man, six figures ain't shit. You go back to 1970 and look what you can buy with six figures, and then compare that to what you can get with six figures today, and then come back and holler at me about $100,000, man. I made six figures for the entirety of my career living in LA, bro. My lifestyle got better when I retired and started making less money. And I just moved out of California. So
And
yeah, I just got to
our tech
understand. Go.
overlords, DL, our tech overlords can flee to countries like Argentina, a la Peter Thiel. We can't do
Yeah.
that.
I mean, I don't want to go to Argentina,
Mhm.
but I mean, I could go to Peru. I could
It's
go to
not an
Vietnam. I could go
option.
to
You know what I
Thailand.
mean?
That's an option for me. I could go. Right. So long as the government is still intact, I could go. And then there's other streams of income coming in. I can afford to live, in some of these places. I can afford to live in Thailand. Right. I can afford to live in Uruguay if they let me in. Right. I can afford to live in Belize. Right. But I understand that the vast majority of Americans are stuck here. Right. I understand that.
Yeah, because remember, bro, we're talking about as a collective. Like a lot of us, or some of us, know how to operate, bro. But as a collective, this is screwed up. T-Max Network, AI is creating just as many jobs as there's being taken wrong.
Yeah, that's not even close to
Rumpelstiltskin,
correct.
have you read about the dollar reset taking place from the UK banks? Let me look that up. DL, you said you wanted to ask me something, or did you ask
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that Byron Allen acquisition, man. What'd you think of that, man? As his move on BuzzFeed, HuffPost, and that other thing he took. He bought 51% of BuzzFeed. I think he bought it at $3 a share when it was down to like $1.40 a share when he actually bought it. And he wants to compete directly with YouTube. That is his goal. He wants to change up what they got going on at BuzzFeed, and he wants to
like
compete directly with YouTube.
platform compete?
He wants
Hmm.
the platform for platform compete, which, bro, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I did a show on it today. When I saw the video, he was on Bloomberg, man, I jumped out my seat. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Especially for the people like us who do content creation. Platform for platform, bro.
Yeah. Hmm. That'd be interesting. I actually want to hear more about that. Real quick to answer Rumpel's question. Yeah, they're stress testing right now. They're really stress testing the stable coins at the UK banks to try to offload the dollar. Obviously, it's still going to take a minute, but that's real shit. So that's to your point earlier with the economic. That's Japan's been offloading U.S. bonds like crazy. Other countries been offloading U.S. bonds. Thanks to Trump, a lot of the BRICS nations have been feeling a little bit more empowered. Uh, yeah, not good. DL, keep going, man. Tell me more about the takeover.
I just checked the back chat. I just put a link in there so you can check it out. That's his Bloomberg interview he did. That is about a month old. It was posted about a month ago. I think they did the interview a couple months ago. He sounds extremely serious. He wants to compete with YouTube, and I mean, he's a billionaire, a very respected businessman. Unlike he's not like a Trump. Like he wasn't born into it. He truly got it
Yeah.
out of the mud. He went from comedy to getting into media. He bought the Weather Channel, became very successful. Man's a billionaire, self-made man, brother, and he sounds committed to doing this. He wants to, he's like, hey man, we can have Pepsi and Coke. Like why is it that YouTube is out here standing alone doing what they want to do? And I think this would be great. I think this would be amazing if he does it. I think he said after he did the acquisition, he had like 20 million in cash reserves, and I think he said 100 million. He took out some sort of loan or something. It's 100 million over 5 years. So he's kind of giving himself a little timeline. Plus, he has access to other reserves. I mean, he's a billionaire. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out.
I don't know much about it, DL, but I'm in favor of more competition. Why not?
Yes. Real
Yeah.
competition, like someone that can not, nothing, no shade against Rumble and Twitch and all the others, but
No, I don't have a
this
problem with
is real.
competition.
You got a guy.
No.
It's only going to make it better for the people who are out here making content and consuming content. Now, YouTube can't just do what they want to do. They're no longer king of the hill. There's someone up there that they got to worry about, and that's only going to be good for us.
To be fair,
down.
there's been a lot of try to want to be YouTube killers around the world. I'll make a quick gamer analogy. As you probably remember, I was a big World of Warcraft player, right? And there's always World of Warcraft, for anybody who don't know, is a massive multiplayer online game, guys. And there's always these MMOs throughout the years that was supposed to finally kill off WoW. And WoW is still the number one most played MMO since it came out in 2004. And a lot of those MMOs that were supposed to kill it off are the ones that are now dead. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I don't think the mission here is to kill, defeat, destroy YouTube. I don't think that's his mission at all. I think his mission, I think his mission is to just show up, be viable, and give an option to the users, both content creators and just people who are looking for content. And when you watch that video that I posted in the back chat, he talks about all these different things that he's acquired, and he has, some very, very intriguing companies that he's acquired that I didn't even know about. And he's just trying to put them all together into like this fucking Voltron thing. And it's like, all right, now yeah, we got YouTube and we got BuzzFeed. What's up? And like he says in the video, it's like, hey, do you want one check or do you want two checks? Two checks better than one. We know you're gonna stay on YouTube, but just come on over here to us. We're gonna show you some love. And that's gonna force YouTube to show more love. No more shadow banning and stuff like that.
DL.
Thunder. I was wondering what that was.
Everybody, every corporation, every platform end up shadow banning. Trump's Truth Social was shadow banning people. And that was supposed to be a free speech platform in spite of all the mainstream apps that were shadow banning people.
Yes, it's always going to be around, but they're going to ease up on it while there's a big fight going on. They're not going to care so much about what you're doing. They're not going to care so much about the copyright claims, which turns out to be bogus most of the time on YouTube. Imagine if BuzzFeed comes around with Byron Allen's like, you know what, this is what we're going to do. When it comes to copyright claims, we're going to run it through our legal department. And if our legal department says we're fine, we're fine. And if you want to pursue this thing, then you can take that person to court, but we're going to keep it up on the platform. If they did something like that, that's going to bring, I'm just making up numbers, but I would guarantee you 80% of the new content creators will jump right over to BuzzFeed. Because the big, that's how go ahead.
I want to be clear. I support this. It's cool. I might even make it. I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's he's still a big corporate guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And they could cut a deal. I mean, YouTube and BuzzFeed could say, you know what, we're both going to implement the same type of, shadow ban thing, or we're going to the copyright thing. We're just going to go ahead and do that. We're going to agree to do that, even though we're fighting for supremacy or whatever. I agree with you 100%. That's what they're doing.
First and foremost, Dia, I forgot to ask you, how was your week?
Me?
Yeah.
Pretty good, bro. I was gone for a couple months. I talked about it on my platform on Tuesday. I actually wound up in the Hillsborough County Jail for 65 days. Bro,
damn, bro.
If you guys want to know about that, go check it out on my platform. I talked about it. I know a lot of people were looking for me, like, where'd you go? That's where I went. And now every Tuesday I talk about crime and punishment. Because you don't know how bad the system is unless you have been caught up in that mess. I've never been in trouble before, never dealt with anything like that before personally. And it's crazy how it works. So I'm doing really good now, bro. I'm feeling good right now. But I've been home for a few weeks. I'm like, all right, I'm getting my head back together. I'm getting back into the swing of things. So, bro, worse than Robin Sage. I don't know if you ever went through Sears school. Bro, it's worse than that. The fact that as Americans we treat American citizens this way is crazy. And then you see how they're doing it just for money. Like you see it. It's just so sad, man. That's all I'm gonna be talking about every Tuesday moving forward.
Well, I'm glad you're back, man. Good to meet you. How do you pronounce your name?
Oh, it's Rogish. Y'all got it right. Respect.
Rogish?
Yeah, Rogish
okay.
son. Yeah.
Rogish son. Nice to meet you. I'm Tyrus.
Appreciate. Respect, y'all. Thank you for the
pleasure to meet you, brother.
Yeah. First and foremost, how was your week?
It's all right, man. I've been wrestling with some things. Kind of associated with not necessarily inflation, but what you said about techno-feudalism. You remember if you read comic books growing up, or if you read science fiction novels, they kind of, spoke about times, I guess, somewhat like this, right? But they also spoke about people losing certain elements of their person, right? Losing. Yeah. Oh, yo, that's dope. Respect. Shout out to the Red Saber. She's supposed to go Red Saber. Y'all know how it go. Um, but the thing is,
What?
oh yeah, it's all day. You know. But anyway, the thing is, y'all notice how people have a loss of their emotional, I guess, spectrum, if you will. You know what I'm saying? In the future. And I was wondering how the hell would they do that? And it hit me the way that the algorithm hit and social media. People tend to, you know what I'm saying, I guess, condition themselves. And you notice people speaking like that in, you know, so in reality. So it has me thinking, what is it already here? You know what I'm saying? With the, you know what I'm saying, techno feudalism. Do we have to hear the United States says capitalism is dead and we're moving on? Like when we learned we was African Americans. I don't know how old y'all are,
Yeah.
but do y'all remember that day?
No.
Yeah, I remember when it went from being black to African American. I remember when it used to be white, black, other when you filled out the ethnicity on the test,
Yeah,
standardized test back in the 70s and 80s,
yeah,
white, black, other. And
yeah,
I remember when I do remember when it became African American. I'm like, what?
yeah. I heard it on the news. It was on the news. It was. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, we got this new thing that we're doing. So, but you didn't hear it from the black community that we were African Americans. You heard it. You know what I mean? So it's like, damn. You know what I mean? If it's just that type of a change towards where you're just moving with the process as it happens, what can the people do other
I,
than operate within that system?
so what um I was trying to hit on earlier, Rogue was there's the aspect. Sometimes I think we think there's only like a one way to go about it,
Right.
when in reality, Rogue, if you think about it, techno feudalism, a lot of technocratic aspects. You talk about like the Gilded Age and things like that.
Right.
Aspects of that has always existed within our system.
Okay.
You see what I mean? Like it's embedded literally. It's what makes capitalism function,
Okay.
if you get what I mean. So in a sense, the way our system is set up, you almost can't, there's almost inevitable that you're gonna have the tech bros,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. Yeah.
You're right, because it's designed to be like that.
Yeah.
Like people forget the purest form of capitalism leads to the board game that we've all played in life. It's called Monopoly.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that's late stage end game capitalism right there, right? And for my science fiction heads, I'm glad you guys brought that up. If any of you guys watched Alien Earth or are familiar with the Alien franchise, then y'all know all about that Weyland Watani Corporation. And in that universe, the human society is ran by the big five
Yeah.
tech corporations.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know, it's weird like that. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I think that all that is possible. I don't know what's gonna happen. That's my thing. Like I have no idea how this is gonna play out because the 1% in America, they can't outvote the bottom 99 because it's still one man, one vote, one woman, one vote. If they can figure out a way where they can continue to try to suppress the vote, every time they try to suppress the vote, it backfires on them. People come out, they get mad. And even if they did figure out a way to do that, to take away your vote, there's so many weapons in this country, and more firearms, more weapons, more guns in this country than people. And the country is full of folks who aren't afraid to use them. So, you know, I don't know what's going to happen here. And then even when you look at the techno bros and you look at all this, I mean, what about China?
Do you
Like,
believe
what
that
about
people
communism?
still possess that type of civic perspective toward themselves, towards where, you know what I'm saying? What's the amendment with the guns and, you know what I'm saying? Because the whole thing is that Constitution was Amendment 5 and Amendment 2 or whatever, just in case your government became tyrannical, right? All right, so I don't think that the people are even of whatever primordial perspective that humans had, not just as Americans, but as humans, period, towards where they can identify tyrannical government over here, or would even civically stand against one. or call
I
one
mean, think
assist
about it.
that type of accountability.
Yeah, I feel you, but think about it. Everybody, by everybody, I mean the far right and the right and all that, they were all Trump this, rah, 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 Trump, 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 until they couldn't feed their kids. Right? There's always going to be a point. Right? There's always going to be a point.
Facts.
And they know where the money at. I live in Florida. Like, bro, they know where Trump live at. Like, bro, we know what y'all got up in there in Mar-a-Lago. My kids are hungry. I'm finna go get it. You know what I mean? So, I don't think it's come from a
menu now, though. That's a whole. That's why it should be understood that the system is going through that type of metamorphosis or whatever, because they on the menu in ways that they never have been. You know what I'm saying? Before they established white. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? There has been some form of a shift.
There has.
DL, I gotta stop this. These guys literally created what I forgot what that AI company was called. Was it Oracle or one of the evil AI companies that got the government contract? Literally came out with the whole fucking manifesto talking about national service and like this huge takeover, and like DL, they're literally laughing about the takeover, bro, about the firing.
Yeah.
Like they're literally laughing about it. Like, and I hate to be like that, DL, but I have become disillusioned to what my fellow country is. And the reality is, bro, last year should have proved to you, ain't nobody gonna rise up against a tyrannical government. Not in enough mass that matters. We had 2 of our fellow Americans get shot by ICE and we did nothing.
Bro,
we had people who literally got snatched up in ICE raids and not deported to the country of origin, deported to countries on continents they're not even from. We still have thousands of people we have lost track of. We haven't risen up for that. Right? We got the AI data centers right now going up. We got out there in the Southwest and the West going through an active drought, and those data centers are making it worse, and nobody rising up. Like we dog, as Americans, we are passive. Dare I say docile.
Comfortable. My nephew says vasectomized.
Vasectomized. That's real talk. Here's the thing: when you go back and you look at, I'm a big fan of the Fat Electrician. I don't know if you guys follow him on YouTube. Fat Electrician is a military guy, former military guy. He was a medic, but he does videos.
Bro, you muted. What happened?
Can you hear me now?
Hey, yo, there you go. Right there. I'll move back to Africa when you take your ass back to Europe. How about that? Okay?
Facts.
Then it'll be fair.
How about
y'all? Yeah, we can hear you, deal.
Can y'all hear me? Hey, real quick.
We got you.
Yeah.
I'm in Central Florida. We got a nasty storm rolling through. Yeah, so if I cut out or I just disappear or the lights go out, it's because of the storm. It's a pretty nasty storm. Just started rolling in. And you know, careful, as far as the racist people and all that, this is what I learned. This is what I learned about getting locked up. This last, getting two months of my life taken away from me. It was one of those people out there who liked to talk, but he wasn't in front of his computer. He was in front of me, right? And I was born and grew up in the 70s and came up in the 80s. The dude was shocked. And what did he do? Called the police because the docile, what is it, vasectomized or whatever term that we're using here. And like the Fat Electrician would tell stories about the greatest American warriors we've ever had. Yeah. And all those stories are real similar. They're all real similar. They had these tough lives. They literally had to go outside, with their .22 rifle and shoot their dinner right? As kids, they had to take care of their, homes and everything. They had to fight all the time.
Yeah.
And then they went off to war and they did amazing things. Americans aren't like that anymore. And that has to be by design. We're being docile. But here's the thing. There are people here who will get down. And when they can't feed their family, when they can't feed themselves, bro, or when the police come out and get too aggressive, they do something. You just don't see it in the news. But pull up the numbers. How many police officers have we lost in the line of duty in the past 5 years? Right, the number is slowly going up. They just don't talk about it all the time.
It ain't
but you got to go find that information.
It ain't just about
right.
Them no more. Now you're at the time to where either they're about that oath or they're mob, because they move like mob. It's like, all right, you call yourself law, but you're able to move like mob when you want to. That's gangsterism. So I mean, you know what I'm saying? Is gangsterism permitted? Is mobism permitted? If it is, then all right, you know what I'm saying, let's play the game. But if it ain't, and they're supposed to be of a higher, I guess, let's say things ain't got to be equal, but adequate. Things are growing hyper inadequate. And I mean, I don't know, like perhaps maybe the people, I don't think the people are comfortable. I think what the people are digitally, what is that? Opium. It's a digital opium.
Digital opium.
People. Yeah, I think people have been conditioned by digital opium, and
man, I like
that's
that
drone
digital
state.
Opium.
Yeah, that's drone state. I mean, because when you think about it, when you start scrolling on your people tracker and shit, and you know what I'm saying, if you on the couch and you chilling, think about how you chill on the couch. Is it the same way the motherfucker used to lie in the opium den?
For real,
so
baby, like looking at it right there. Yeah.
You just on that
For
for
real.
hours and you don't know it. It feels like it's been 20 minutes, but in all actuality, hour and a half, whatever. That's a perception distortion.
I think one of the biggest problems, because obviously, as we know, there's multiple things that go into this issue. Right? I think one of the biggest reasons it's like this is because we didn't make sure at the start of the country and at any point afterwards in modern times of making sure all of us are learning the same history across the country. We are so fucking massive. On top of having 350 million plus people, that when you have a bunch of Americans who are supposed to be in the same country but don't come up learning the same thing about the country they live in, certain aspects of what's going on in a state that's 2 time zones away just doesn't feel real. It's just not gonna affect you personally like that. Right? And then however you grew up, your education is also going to affect another layer of how you view that scenario.
Damn. So it's
you
like
get what I mean?
It's like they're existing in domes, in domeless domes.
Yeah, exactly. Like everybody's basically in their own bubble.
Yeah.
Their own little dome universe, their own NFL stadium, if you will. Right? And so one of the things we should have done is, and I understand this, I love freedom, and I love we got the 50 states, and I love all this shit. But when it comes to a country, there are aspects, this is to conservatives' point, by the way, there are aspects where you need to homogenize. One of the big things that you need to homogenize is American history and American government. The only textbook that should be different from school to school, or I mean from school to school is your actual state history, right? So the schools in Maine should have their state Maine history, the schools in Ohio, etc., right? But your national government, your American history, that should be the same book in Maine as it is in Texas, as it is in Ohio, as it is in California. And instead, we got so many different interpretations, so many different editions, right? Some schools got still outdated books. Some schools got current books, but current misinformation textbooks. You get what I mean? Like there's so many different variations. There's no standard in the things that matter as far as nationalizing things. But again, nationalizing is a very dirty word here in America.
But here's the thing, bro. This is what I tell folks. I tell folks this. I'm like, I study war and conflict. I spent a lot of time studying the Vietnam conflict, a little bit of the Korean War, a lot of World War II. But recently, I've been studying a lot of World War I and the Revolutionary War. When you go back and you look at the Revolutionary War, you want to talk about docile people and people living in their own bubbles. The 13 counties in their mind is like, we're individual countries. Virginia was like, we ain't a state, we ain't a county, man. This is the country of Virginia. We're just loyal to the crown. You know what I mean? Same thing with Ohio, Maryland, Delaware, whatever. It goes on and on and on and on. But once they got fed up with this kid king that, sitting on the throne, and they got tired of the foolishness, bro. It was a small rumble that grew and grew and grew. You look at George Washington. George Washington was a loyal servant to the crown, and he wanted a commission as an officer in the British Army, and they refused his commission because he was a colonist, and they looked at him like he looked at black people. Like he looked at slaves. The way he looked at slaves, it was like they ain't nothing. And that's true. It's facts, y'all. That was just, he was born into that world. He changed his position later. But that's how the royals looked at him as a colonist. Man, you just a dirty colonist. You ain't getting one of our commissions. And that is what turned him initially against the crown. And then eventually it led to, him heading the army of the rebellion and going on to become the first president of the United States. Right? It's always a small thing, bro. And I think that can happen here. I think if the techno bros, the 1%, I always call them this is the 1%. The 1% is just taking too much. At some point, the bottom 99 is going to push back. They're going to push back, bro. I don't know where that point is.
It's not that the 1% are taking too much. It's that the system itself is set up to benefit them like this. So it's not the 1% that's the issue. It's the overall.
Well, it
system.
is.
Let me hear me. Because I always say, don't. They used to say, don't hate the player, hate the game. I say you don't hate the player or the game. You don't hate the player, play the game. Because it's the way that people play the game that makes the game the game. They don't have to play it that way that aids the game against them, but they do. And so you're obligated to play the game. You can't hate the game. The thing is, these greed-feeding trillion billionaires now, they all of them started participating in the game that was here before them. If the people weren't so susceptible to permitting their agency to being, eroded from them, and them operating more as a consumer style of social herd, as opposed to actual nations, actual societies. People are not living as people anymore. People live as just mouths. You know what I'm saying? That internal value of people has been distorted by this current market. And these people.
Have you noticed that they stopped calling us customers and call us consumers?
Yeah, of course.
That matters.
Yeah, it matters.
That matters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it matters. Contextually, it matters.
Yep.
But, I mean, if all you are your appetite, or if what they make you into through social conditioning and whatever that is the appetite, you're nothing but another animal. You're just another animal led by appetite that this fabricated reality is going to, I guess, be the nature.
I agree with you, Rogue. My thing is, it's more like, for me, is it a Ouroboros? I want to be clear. It's like the snake eating its tail or something. I want to be clear with the analogy. Bro, I agree with you, but the part you're missing is that the tech bros and the 1% are the ones writing the rules. You see what I mean? So when they're writing the rules and they're rigging the game, remember, the system's designed that way, and it was designed by them. You see what, you get what I mean?
But
Like,
no. This new system is designed by them.
yeah, the new system's designed by them.
But the thing is, it was offered to them. It was given to them to set up the new system. The thing
I
is,
agree, and what I'm saying is we need to figure out a way to take that back, because again, I know, hey, Rogue, the Western Europeans found a way. Say what you want,
Yeah,
but the
okay,
Western
true that.
Europeans found a way.
true that they did. Okay.
I
You know what I
would
mean?
say this.
And
I would
Rogue,
say this.
I ain't even mad at you for laughing, because I laugh at myself when I try to fucking think of my fellow Americans that way. But the Europeans found a way. Go ahead, DL.
Here's the thing, right? There absolutely is a way. The 1% still, right? They can't buy your vote. They can't take your vote from you, and they can't do anything about the weapons, right? All they do is control the current politicians. But if you get someone like a Zoran Mamdani, again, I'm not what does he call himself? A democratic socialist or whatever. When I look at that dude, I look at a guy like he hasn't been bought by the 1%. It doesn't look like they can buy him. If you get people like that in power, in positions of power, in the House, in the Senate, in the White House, all it takes is, hey, you know what? We're going to go back to the tax codes of 1960. We're going to do that. Guess what? Game over for the 1%. They still got their money. But boy, oh boy, now they got to pay all that. They got to pay the same kind of taxes you paying. Boy, oh boy, they got oversight. The problem with America
is
they
predicated upon an ideal voting circumstance then.
What I mean, that's all we have right now.
Luck
I mean, otherwise it's going to be another
in
revolution.
Wyoming to vote for Democratic Socialists.
I'm not.
Good luck
my thing
getting
is,
motherfuckers in Montana to vote for Mamdani. Like, this is what I'm saying,
Not
DL.
here
Like,
done rich, we won't.
if you have a candidate in Montana that says, "Hey, I'm going to be able to get you health care and child care," are they voting for him, bro? Okay, he's going to have to pack it up. He can't say he's a democratic socialist, but he's going to have to say he's something else. I'm a moderate. I'm an old school moderate Republican. Or whatever the fuck is I'm a Whig. I don't care what the fuck he's going to call himself. They're going to vote for their pocket. They're going to vote for a tax code that has the wealthy man up the street. Boss man is paying the same type of taxes that I'm paying. You're never going to break boss man, but it's like, well, shit, he's paying a true tax rate just like me.
Yeah,
that can happen.
I want to, and I think we're all grown here, but for the audience, let's be clear. These motherfuckers are going to be wealthy regardless.
Facts.
Okay? We all know this.
Doubt.
You know what I mean? We know this. But
do y'all know how much money Elon Musk has? How much money Elon Musk gets a day in government contracts? You guys know how much money he gets?
More than me.
Too much.
Do me a favor, look it up to us real quick. Just do a quick Google search and see if my math is right. It's between $7 and $8 million a day, every day, 365 days a year.
He's his own sovereign nation unto itself.
Yeah, that's before he got the trillionaire status.
I'm saying though, but that's the thing. Like Dr. Amos Wilson, he spoke of this like back in the the early 1980s, maybe the late 70s, right? Dr. Amos Wilson, writer of this book and a bunch of other books. He said, what we should pay attention to is two things. He said the whole racism thing. He noted it was 1982, right? Like, yeah, like black people, y'all want these people to like you. He said, but what if they stop calling you the N-word? What if they stop being racist, but they maintain the same power and intention that they show that they have, even if they don't hate you, they're still going to utilize their power against you. So he said we need to understand that these companies seem to be able to grow a little bit more sovereignty than the actual nation themselves. We're actually in that time now towards where these companies, let's say back in the day, they used to say the hidden hand or the hidden hand that actually operates. All right, okay, let's say it was companies the whole time. Maybe we didn't know, maybe we did, but we definitely know now. You know what I'm saying? With these tech cats all out in the open, they operate just like a hidden hand. They have just as much power as a hidden hand. It's just that they're not hidden no more. This is the hand. Just the hand.
I mean, here's the real deal. Like it's like Taru said, the wealthy are always going to be wealthy. You're always going to have that power family and that wealth out there. But America used to have a vibrant middle class. It used to be that you can work a job at the factory and you can, have your wife at home and have your kids at home and take vacations and put money in savings and all that. I mean, you could do that. It's impossible now for the average American. We don't have a middle class anymore. And then someone in the chat was talking about Elon, creating rockets and the EV market and all that. Y'all realize Elon Musk didn't create none of that shit. He bought it from the people who did. Right? My whole thing is quit giving credit to people being genius. Elon Musk is not Nikola Tesla. Tesla did some shit like he was making shit disappear. Right? Tesla was trying to give everybody free energy. Right? Elon was the dude that came along and bought that shit. Right. And I'm not hating on Elon. I never hate the player. I do hate this game, but we can change the game just enough to where Americans can be comfortable again. But go ahead.
It has to be said, and I need to make this clear. What Elon has done for the EV industry and SpaceX and privatized space exploration.
Revolutionary.
Phenomenal.
Yep.
Right. A lot of these guys who are the head of the operation, a lot of them aren't maybe directly involved in it, but it takes both. This is why I never go with one thing, guys. It takes both. You need a guy who's a tech bro face, got the weirdo stigma to him, whatever. And then you need the real engineers and the scientists, right, in the background. It takes both. And so what pisses me off, right, is that we allow our 1% to act like it doesn't take both. Right? We act like we need an Elon. I'm tired of the Elons acting like they don't need us, because there's no way you could be be a trillionaire and then have to take what was that DL? $7 to $8 million of taxpayer money per day. Wow. That just means we're all in it, right? That's what it should mean.
In his pocket.
That's what it should mean.
Right?
He can't do it without us. I mean, we fronted him with dope. That's all we talking about.
Right.
We fronted him infinite amount of dope. And he out there getting it, talking about I'm the kingpin.
Right.
Like, bro, you ain't getting it without us.
Okay, but at what point does one acknowledge that potentially it was always potential on the radar that said government, or the type of government that you knew that you was establishing before it was a government, was going to potentially grow into such an amass of power that you had to have a fail-safe, right?
But we already had that. Rogue. We already had that. That's what happens when we as citizens don't keep our foot up government's ass throughout the decades like we were supposed to, especially when we let that rugged individualism nonsense seep into our culture. Because what was it, the Consumer Bureau, the one that Senator Warren was running, that was helping so much protecting us against the corporations. Like, and this is what I was trying to mention about Europe, Rogue, is that you see they find these corporations billions and they're going to pay. And they do pay. They whine about it all up, like Elon whines about the fines, but you know what he also does, Rogue? He pays those fines because he makes more money in Europe than he does those fines. And but guess what? He don't get fined over here, does he, Rogue?
Nah.
Them tech bros. And then whatever little punishments they do get is slap on the wrist. They don't even notice it. Meanwhile, over there in Western Europe, you'll go to fucking prison.
We talk shit,
messing
right?
around with that shit. And that's the biggest difference. Hold on, DL, hold on. And so that's the biggest difference. Yes, it's not perfect. Yes, they have their own fucking problems they got to deal with. But in general, Rogue, there is a fine difference between privatized industry, which is meant to make a profit, and government, which is providing a service to the people, which is not profit incentive.
But
You know
if
what I
the
mean? You
privatized
got to keep that.
industry is permitted to own the bulk of essential goods and services outside of the public sector owning a healthy and essential amount, then again, it's given to them. It's given to them by the
Yeah.
government. The government permitted these private sector organizations and companies to purchase all of that essential factors of human activity, and it's not that's not how it's supposed to be. The public is supposed to be able to own a decent amount. The public, the government, if it wants to, all right, whatever. But the public is being monopolized out of that.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Like it's a loop that unfortunately, Rogue, the cycle
Facts.
has to be broken somewhere.
Right.
You see, that's the hard part is it's a cycle that, and it's going to be painful
Facts.
no matter what, but that shit has got to be separated because unfortunately we have allowed corporations to own way too much. And corporations providing services and owning that, I don't even have a problem with that, Rogue. I have a problem with corporations, private corporations owning our infrastructure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our critical infrastructure should not be privatized.
Facts.
Right? Like our oil sector, we should not like seriously, bro, our oil, we've known for 30 years that we should have changed our facilities to compensate for our crude oil here in America.
Right.
And we're relying on the privatized industry to do those renovations, and they haven't, Rogue. And guess what the government can do about it because they own the facilities.
Nothing. So that's a hyper commodified reality showing that whatever your value standard is within your economic model, it has now run amok.
But
Clear the fuck amok.
Tarush, you were saying in Europe, you were saying like they fine corporations, which they do a better job of that, and they lock you up if you don't pay. They arrest people. Not really. Think about 08 and the housing crash. Only one person, to my knowledge, got arrested. It was some poor schmuck over there, and I think it was Switzerland or somewhere. I think he was with one of the European banks, but that was it. Everybody was in on that game. Everybody was in on that game. What we can do, what we can do, the only tool we have here, and again, it's like you're forced to vote for the other side. Okay, you put the Republicans in, what are they going to do? We're going to lower your taxes, and what do? They go and they put more money in the pockets of corporations. People were in the chat are talking about socialism. America is the home of corporate socialism. I don't know why people don't even see that shit. This is the home of corporate socialism. You can't get no money, but the corporations can.
Yeah.
Right. If
we're a mixed
up,
economy anyway. Anybody who knows, real quick deal, anybody who knows about our country and knows about our system knows we're a mixed economy anyway. We've always had capitalism and socialism mixed in. Go ahead, Dio.
Yes.
But that's my whole point. Like, people are okay with bailing out corporations and corporate socialism. They're okay with the golden parachutes and all that kind of stuff. But the minute you say, you know what, we want universal child care, we want universal health care. Oh, hey, can't be a socialist. Man, y'all out y'all damn mind. You know what I mean? But America can, I don't think America could ever stop the 1% from what they're doing, but they can slow them down. So if you vote for the other side, you get the other side in there. You get, the blue people in there, you get the Democratic Socialists or whatever they're talking about. They're going to do something to slow them down. And I mean, what was the name of old girl that was going after everybody? She was, all the corporate people hated her because she was going in, I can't think of her name. Khan.
Why do you think
Anyway,
that the votes have that much power still? And do you think that a vote could actually wane or within the political process that is not sustained by an authenticity of representation for the constituency? The constituency is just merely viewed as pools to where you can exploit, from. At what point does one acknowledge that the said objective vote that does exist within, this situation, it's waned. It just like the dollar, right? It's losing value. I believe, I was saying, Warlock was saying that earlier. yo, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's going to go the way of the German. Was it? I remember when we was kids in the
The
history
marks and
books.
stuff like that.
Yo, they showed
Yeah.
them with wheelbarrows, cuz.
Yeah,
Trying to
wheelbarrows
get a
full
loaf,
of Deutsche
a loaf
marks
of
trying to buy
bread.
bread.
Just
Yeah,
to
a loaf
just
of
to buy
bread.
some eggs and a loaf. Yeah, right,
Deutschmarks.
bro. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you get with
Yep.
this. Yeah, but here's the thing, because money has no value. You know, the dollar's not tied to anything of value. But if you get a radical politician, by radical I mean a politician is going to do what they say they're going to do. Like let's say you get some guys. Let's say right now we have enough votes where we live to go to Washington, and we're like, look, I'm going to Washington. I want to do three things, right? We're gonna reset the tax rate to the tax rate we had in 1960. We're going to overturn Citizens United, and we're going to get rid of this bullshit black money. This saying a corporation can spend as much money as they want on campaigns. We're going to do away with that, and we're going to initiate term limits. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to go there, and I'm going to need 2 terms to do it. I'm not going to campaign. I'm not going to try to raise money. I'm not going to take the money from the 1%. I'm just going to go and get this shit done. And if you had enough, even if it was just 50% plus 1, America changes the fucking next day. Right? And especially if you have the votes to override a veto, because both a Republican or a Democratic president, whoever was in there, would try to veto all that shit. So you would need, go ahead.
I think what it is, you have a zeal of still believing in something that is unraveling right before your eyes. There is an unraveling going on. The thing is, this is year 250 for America, right? 250. You know what 250 means within the context of one of these type of societies. Usually there is a point to where there's certain declines and decays start to occur. You see those signs within this very same society. Now, just because that, let's say that the government does fall, right? The government ain't the important part, because that's supposed to be representative of the people. Once your government is no longer, the reason why you have a government is because you scale to, you need social order. But once you start scaling in population, you need representation. And if there's to be a centralized area for, the workings of your society, then okay, the people are there to represent those in the outer areas, the constituency, if you will, this constituency pool. This government isn't operating like that no more, man. And less and less. Well, I ain't gonna say no more, but definitely less and less. You know what I'm saying? And inevitably, it's going to get to the point to where it's on the people to reset the social order, because that's what it was to begin with. Before you even have a government, you have a populace that might not be on an accord, but they might have some form of a shared reality that they can build upon. And
that's the biggest problem, bro, is, and I mentioned, we don't have a shared reality.
Yeah.
In this country. Too many of us believe in way different shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, like I said, and when I had these conversations with people, I'm like, it can be done. Will it happen? No, probably not, because it's hard to say no to $10 million, right? And $10 million is peanuts. They're look at Nancy Pelosi. I don't have a problem with Nancy Pelosi. I just like to pick her out because, if I pick on the Republicans, but it's the same thing with the Republicans. How much money was Nancy Pelosi worth when she got to D.C., and how much when she first got there, and how much money is she worth now that she's leaving? And I don't want to hear that bullshit about her husband being some fucking financial genius. It's insider fucking information, and they're making fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. AOC. Watch AOC. She's trying to really help people. She wants to help Americans, but guess what? She's getting paid too. Right? Simple as that. You going to the Met Gala, man, trust me, you getting some fucking money. How much does it cost to get AOC to come and speak at your fucking event? I'm not mad. How much does it cost to get Bush?
Sure, but I agree, DL,
you know what I mean?
but that's what I'm saying. There's limits, right? Like for example, we know people like to do their little campaign donations at their little events, like the Met Gala or Opera House or whatever. You know what you don't have to do, DL said? You don't have to approve that same person at the Met Gala for oil drilling rights in one of our national parks. Like you don't have to do those things. You get what I mean? And that's the biggest problem is Met Gala, like your example of Met Gala. Met Gala is like a service, right? Even though it's, all for the glitz and the glamour, at the end of the day, that's a service mainly for the wealthy people, right? That's a service that the wealthy people own, right? Met Gala is something that doesn't affect us on a normal day-to-day basis, right? But if all the private industries own the construction companies and we rely on them to keep our infrastructure up to date, and our infrastructure is up to date, well, now it's gonna take me, my fucking veteran ass like you, DL. Now I'm gonna be all up in they shit at the Met Gala. You see what I mean?
Bro, listen. My point being, if you're a politician, you're at the Met Gala, man, you're on the tank some way, some shape, some form. A lot of people
Right,
like, well,
but
I
you
ain't
gotta
taking
have a
nothing. Like, you're taking
limit.
that fucking dress. They're putting you in a fucking $80,000 gown that will go it's just on loan. Like, bro, they greasing the wheels. They lubing
So
you up.
bro, we've had Republicans and Democrats at the Met Gala. We've had Republicans and Democrats do SNL, for God's sakes. Okay, like we've always had some of our American politicians part of the pop culture in some way, somehow, right? What I'm saying is there needs to be a clear line. Just because they're private doesn't mean they get to do whatever the fuck they want.
Facts.
And here in America, we confuse freedom with letting non-human entities do whatever the fuck they want. Like my personal freedom is not the same as me being to look over there and be like, I can own that shit. I'm entitled to go buy that. No. Like there still has to be boundaries, and the government still has to serve individual Americans first, not entities, and damn sure not the elite, not the 1%. That's literally the opposite of what they're inherently built for.
Right. And that's not a government. I don't know what
That's not a government. That's an LLC.
That's an LLC. Yeah.
That's a fiduciary. They are responsible to their They got a fiduciary responsibility to their investors,
to their stockholders, and their stockholders, their investors. But I mean, here's the thing, man. America is a great experiment. 250 years, still young compared to Great Britain, France, Spain, Portugal. You know what I mean? China.
It aged quick though.
Yeah, I mean, aged quick, but I mean, we'll see what happens. But I got to tell you, this is the first time in my life that I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. I get, I'm leaving. I'm just waiting for my daughter to finish high school. She finished high school, get her set up in college, and I'm gone. Six months out of the year, I'll be either in Peru or Uruguay. I'm kind of looking at the two. Maybe Thailand. I'll be gone. I'll be there 6 months out of the year, and then I'll be traveling the other 6 months. I'm done with America. I'll make my money in America, but this is going the wrong way. And
then you're not done with America, bro. Then you're not done with America.
I'm done with
and America ain't done with you, bro. We global now, bro.
I will get my money, bro, but I won't be
We
here.
are never separating, bro. So wherever you go, this shit's gonna affect you in some way, dog.
You know what?
I'm not sitting
And
here.
especially if you're talking about getting your money in America, where our purchasing power keep dwindling, and
the only thing that's been keeping it relevant is the military. That's it. Nothing else. Meaning that I guess to force other people to participate in the market. That as America wishes for them to. But BRICS is being a wrench in that whole process.
That was never serious from the beginning, man. I mean, look at Russia. Look at South Africa. It was never serious from the beginning.
All it has to do is have an effect. It doesn't. And if it has that effect, it has that effect. The thing is, all America has been doing is the same thing the whole time. Even if BRICS falls apart, it's doing something different. You got a mega structure of all these different nations, even given the appearance of cooperation. That's always better, even if it's fake, even if it's false. That's all. That's just better for business. America ain't good for
Rogue,
business no more. It's not as good as it used to be in the past.
Rogue. A lot of the young people. I mean, I'm a millennial, right? I'm 38.
Okay.
A lot of people my age and younger, bro, especially because of global connectivity,
Yeah.
we are seeing. Wait, hold up. Communist China has high-speed rail. How come freedom-loving America doesn't have high-speed rail?
China's high-speed rail is way better than Japan's bullet train. I rode that from Beijing to Shanghai, and I'm here to tell you, man, that shit was amazing. And I rode the Japanese bullet train. You know, salute to Japan. I love Japan. I will spend months there as well. But the Chinese bullet train is better. But I hate that country. I don't like China.
Right. As much as we do, we're supposed to be. See, at least when I was coming up, guys, I always thought of China as our economic competition.
Right.
But the more I grew up, the more I heard it as somehow they're supposed to be our military competition, our national security threat. And then so now a lot of us are saying, well, we treat them as if we're waiting for a military fight, and they're actually cutting all the deals with other countries.
Right.
You can say whatever that they're making, that the countries who are dealing with China are making bad deals, but the point is, the communist fucking country that we was told was fucking hated capitalism,
Yes.
are the ones making all the capitalist style fucking trade deals, while freedom-loving America that loves capitalism
Right.
only seems to know how to deliver bombs and bullets. Rogue,
Hammer style.
I'm
dog.
confused, dog.
Hammer style, dog. You know what I mean?
I'm just here to tell you, man. I've been to China, and the people in China are not fucking happy, except for the millionaires. China's doing this hybrid thing about communism and capitalism. But here's the thing: we have been at war with communism since what 46, right? Korea, Vietnam. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's bullshit. It was just so the 1% who was in the military business could get their money. We didn't have to fight all them conflicts. We didn't have to fight all them things, right? The war I fought in, we didn't have to go to Saudi Arabia to save the fucking Kuwaitis. We didn't have to do that, in Desert Storm. That was bullshit, but it was a flex, right? But I mean, I hear you, bro. It's just like America is just on the wrong path right now, man, and it's coming to a head, bro. We are looking. Has anyone been looking at the housing market? Has anyone been checking it out?
Yeah.
Market.
Yeah. Before your housing market deal.
This is what would y'all say to this being a intentional sabotage? What would you say?
What do you mean sabotage?
Sabotage, meaning that, like, let's say that this would have happened maybe 100 years from now, and due to how the circumstances are with the world market changing, how it's operating, and with artificial intelligence and automation, right? Those two factors. Yeah. Also, social media. Social media is a phenomenon in and of itself. You know what I'm saying? As well, that they sped up things. They're speeding things up because 250 years is that's not a long time for a society, right? That's not a long time at all.
It's short.
It's really short, right? Relatively short. So, but they found a way to speed things up. Also, you got, CERN, can't forget about that. You feel me? They found ways to speed things up in a way towards where they're going to do so, but not to the benefit of the larger public. The public is just going to have to suffer. And you're going to get your new system whether you want it or not. And usually when it comes to a system, the birth of a system, the public has something to say about it. Usually, again, because you don't get a government unless you got the constituency. The government is only there to be a representation. And you know what I'm saying? You're going to now get this new government without any constituency.
Yeah.
That's their way of getting
So-
around the vote.
Yeah.
By the politician. You get around the vote by the politician.
Yeah.
And that's all that is. It's all a money play.
Yeah,
But
at
it's
that point,
greed is going to destroy the
they
country.
just cut out the middleman of the lobbyists. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 Man, Citizens United,
And-
man. Like you take that corporate
Yeah.
money out of politics, it changes the game. It makes it really hard for the 1% to do what they're doing, to
And-
do that.
And that's the thing. Capitalism as a system, one, it's designed exactly how it's supposed to be. It is designed to make a profit.
Right.
Right? There's a void. I'm here to fill it. The reality is that it's not an intentional sabotage, Rogue, because most of them didn't intend for a lot of the social economic problems to occur.
Okay.
Most of their goals was strictly make money, do some weirdo fetish shit in a private island and hope nobody finds out about it.
Yeah.
Right? Unfortunately, we found out, Rogue, that they don't have our elites don't have deep villain-like plans like that. No, they're just a bunch of sick fucks.
Yeah.
And they're
right?
greedy.
True.
Yeah. And so a lot of the shit that happens because of the late stage capitalism we're in is really unintentional as far as that goes. It's just designed where they're going to benefit from it regardless.
Okay.
You get what I mean? And so we should have had, what we need to do is, I guess, get back to the roots, which is actually competing and making deals. But to DL's point is actually getting back to making stuff. But culturally, Rogue, and this is why I'm all over the place, Rogue, because there's so many things overlayered.
Yeah.
Good luck getting Americans to work those sort of wages to bring manufacturing back. Like, we just got to start. Like, you see what I mean? Like, there's so many things I think we can do better, but then we just got to start there, and it's like, oh shit.
The system is not going to have. The system is not going to have the social equity that it needs to be able to give the people once more in order to reestablish that value. It's like people forgot what values are composed of and all that, and they let the barcode rule everything around you. and that became how people perceive value, period. And you know what I'm saying? And so if that's the case, then inevitably you're still going to lose your system, because people have to matter more in some regards. And it seems that, you know what I'm saying, perhaps maybe this system forgot that. Hence why everything's for sale and anything.
Well, think about it. We don't, to your point, Rogue, just think about how most of our cities across America are designed. They are not designed for human beings and optimized for human beings. They're designed around the optimization of a human being driving a vehicle.
Right.
Those are two different things.
Right.
Our cities and towns, for the most part, are not walkable like most other places around the world are, right? Which then, guess what? It leads to trickle down shit like obesity rates going up and other diseases and stuff, because we got a whole bunch of fast food and 24-hour this, right? Like there's so many micro things that go into this one macro strain. Like it's just, Rogue, I have to just man to man, bro. A lot of the times the shit that's going on for me, it's overwhelming, bro. Just to be dead ass.
Yeah.
Dead ass DL. It's just like overwhelming for me, bro.
It's very.
It doesn't bother me because
it doesn't need to be. The thing is that all of the resources here, there's adequate resources here where the 1% can still stay up there, eat well, live well, and everybody else below them have the healthy amount of the essentials that they need. The healthy, adequate amount of the essentials that they need. It doesn't have to be the overt abundance or all of, you know what I'm saying? All that, what's the word, indulgence, you know what I'm saying? The toxic indulgence that all of the FIFA soccer folks are experiencing here now. You saw this motherfucker is digivolving them into new kind of consumers. They can't believe all this shit.
They done fell in love with the food, bro. Yeah. Hey, Rogue, did you see him in what was it, that game in Massachusetts? It's like, oh my God, you guys could drink in the stadium? We were not even allowed to do that, bro. They was getting hammered.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
It showed, but it showed. People say that shows how much the rest of the world is restricted. It's not. No, it's a standard. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with having a healthy standard, and borders. I mean, I ain't got no problem with that. But yeah, homie stepped up. Respect. What do, Antoine?
What's going on, Rogish? How's it going? What's going on,
Hey,
Terrence?
man. Hey, Antoine, how was your week, bro?
It was good. It was pretty good and everything else. Father's good. Well, DL, welcome back, bro. I don't know if you hear me. DL, can you hear me? DL saying.
What's happening, fam? Good to be back.
Yeah, man. Yo, Red Pill was asking for you, man. Wants to know what happened. So if you get a chance, hit him up and let him know how everything is.
Oh, man. Hey, as soon as I got out, he was my third call. So he know what it is. We were on someone's platform the other day, man. Like I said, man, I just tell people, man, especially in these platforms, you know, with these keyboard warriors, especially us older heads, man, just let these keyboard warriors talk, man. They just little kids. They don't know what's going on. They ain't been punched in the mouth before. And if you punch them in the mouth, you're gonna wind up going to jail. So I just let the shit go.
For real.
Jesus.
For real. Look, they've been bowed on the net since Duke Nukem. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh shit!
Hey, for real, they give and look, they be surprised as hell when you standing there in front of them. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, how did you find me? Like, it's the internet, bro. Technology. Hey, I know where you at, homie. You could be found. What are you talking about?
But that's how they're not used to. They're not used to confrontation, and they probably receive it primarily in virtual world. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And then when the real thing comes up to them, they're like, "Oh it becomes an oh shit moment."
Mom, Dad, Mom.
Yeah, yeah. It ain't mom. It's help. It's help. It's literally help. They will fall down the ground and scream for help. It's the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my life. And it's like, all right, cool, you know. But I tell folks, like, just stay away, man. Like, so I let people. And here's the thing: most of these guys are dudes in the red pill space, like the mental swamp, and I'm over there trying to help these guys. So I laugh at them, but I still, when it's all said and done, I try to help them. Yeah, that's what it is. Rich Cooper calls it that, man, for a reason. And it's like he told me, Rich Cooper told me years ago, he's like, man, don't do it. It's the swamp. It's the mental swamp. You shouldn't mess with it. But if you do, this is how to do it. And boy, he was right. But there's a book out there called, not to change the subject, but there's a book out there called Sextinction. Have you guys heard about this?
I've never seen it on your show. I see it on your show right now. I've never read it.
Oh, what a title. Sextinction?
Yeah, it's about how Americans aren't having sex, men and women, or like the gap between men and women are going, getting further and further apart. You got these guys out here who don't even try to talk to women anymore. You got women out here with these incredible standards. This is all red pill talking point stuff, by the way. And I've said from the very beginning that these talking points are going to go mainstream at some point. And now this really starting to break through into the mainstream. You got like this, I think her name is Dr. Deborah Show. She wrote this book. She's been around a long time. She's a neurosurgeon. She has PhD. She wrote this book. It's only 8 chapters. A quick read. I'm up to chapter 8. I would be done, but at the end of chapter 7, it was talking about the sex dolls and the coming of the sex bots. But the last part of that was so disgusting. What they were talking about, it was so bad. In the book, she warns you, like, hey, you might not want to read this. Like, you might just want to go ahead and skip to chapter 8. Don't read this, but because I'm a journalist, I gotta put this shit out there. Yeah. And I read it, and I had to put the book down. I'm gonna finish the book tomorrow.
You want that?
I had to read it, man. I had to read it, man.
Bro,
it is some
disturbing grenade, bro. Avoid that grenade.
Look, y'all gotta understand, bro. Like this, DL, by the way, I told you a couple years ago when I first started rocking with you about these red pill guys, dog. I told you about these dudes. And people got to understand, just quickly on if you ever bought into the red pill joint. Well, guess what, guys? When you go overseas to your favorite non-Western, when you go to your favorite
from that space since 2007, I was there. I was there when it launched, and they adopted it. Or they stole it from the Black conscious community, who was first using red pill based off of the Matrix. And then,
it was the MRA guys that started it, but yeah, they took that shit. But yeah, you're right.
So, guys, when you're talking,
have a problem with chicks, which was goofy.
when you're talking, 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 when when they're mentioning these economic issues, and then they mention their favorite non-Western country they want to go to. Well, stop me, guys, if you've heard this before. Man, they're working long hours. If you lose your job, man, you might not be able to find another one. They have a real big issue with drinking. They're finding a real hard time to date. That's South Korea and Japan right now, with super low birth rates, lower than ours. By the way, that is an ongoing, some will say maybe that's a good problem to have, but a horrible problem if you don't manage it properly. But statistics show every single country that develops, the more educated the population gets, the lower the birth rates. You see it through Western Europe. You see it through Eastern Europe. You see it in parts of the developing African nations. The birth rates are starting to decline in specific countries, right? You see it again.
Hold on, real quick.
Wait.
You saying the higher the education rates, the lower the birth rate? So we should be good
Yeah,
here in America,
typically-
man, because these motherfuckers are stupid. So we should be having babies everywhere.
No, because the thing is, ultimately why they're suffering is because it's the whole thing with capitalism. You're not supposed to let your value become dwindled and defined by just a barcode or the market. You let items in the market be defined by market value. You don't let all value in your reality be defined by a market, unless you want to turn yourself to a fucking store. But
instead now, Rogue, damn, Rogue. You know, that's probably one of the few ways we as individuals, like people, get out of that is we're going to have to turn ourselves into stores, because right now we're already items.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
They already itemized us. You know what I mean?
Braxton made a very valid point too. I mean, I've heard about those issues for a long time as well. My brother-in-law was stationed in Japan some time back when he was in the Corps, and I remember one of my cousins, he was also in the Corps. I also was in Japan a long time back. So I'm not surprised by it, because a lot of, like, South Korea, Japan, they have this real strong value about having a male heir. And one of the issues they ran into, and it was also happening in China too. One of the things that was going on was they were valuing male heirs so much that they had too many guys and not enough ladies to go around.
One child policy.
That was China.
Yep.
But China now started to relax it when they realized we got too many males and not enough females.
Well, but here's the thing. I didn't want to push us down a rabbit hole, but and there are so many theories out there and all that stuff. But here in America, when it comes to the dating thing, and when I talk to the red pill guys, I got to tell them one thing. I'm like, look, bro, if you trying to meet a woman, if you trying to smash, you're gonna have to do some work. Bottom line, you're gonna have to do some work. This shit ain't easy. I blame everybody gets a trophy, and I blame those hovering helicopter pilot parents,
the helicopter moms.
Parents. Yeah, dads too. For the people who got dads, these soft ass males raising these boys. I blame them, because now the kid is out there on his own in the world, and he thinks everyone gets a trophy. He thinks we're all winners. Like, nah, son, you're a fucking loser. I'm sorry, you're a loser, and if you want to win at this game, you're gonna have to step your shit up.
Yeah,
God, y'all know my wife is from Germany, which is a Western country. But I just want y'all to think about it.
Wait, your wife was a Fräulein?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I want you guys just to think about it though. Any woman worth her salt, regardless of what country she's from, probably got to work for it, right? Probably not going to be easy to get, because there's probably other dudes also trying. And so think about it. Even when you if you go to another country, you're also competing with the top tier native guys of that country.
Facts.
You see what I mean? You're still second tier. Even if you're a wealthy foreigner, you're still second tier to the wealthy native guy.
Yeah.
I heard about that
So
from
any
guys.
woman, and so any woman worth her salt, regardless if she's staying in the country or going overseas, any woman worth her salt that you want to marry, you gotta fucking work hard for.
All right,
The
all
thing
right.
is,
I agree with that part.
You're gonna know your place in somebody else's land. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's no way that you feel that you're going to measure up to whatever their upper echelon is. You're there, and whatever the game gives you, you be grateful for and you partake with. Right? I think what it is that this latest red pill perspective has been the one that went global. And that was the one when I was telling them cats way back in 2009. I'm like, look, y'all need a council. You can't just let anybody participate in what it is that y'all putting together here, because you're going to you're letting all black men in, and all black men got a voice, or all black men be safe, whatever. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Some of them cats was talking about, it wasn't just talking about women. They was talking about going through some divorces, never went through a divorce before, never had them people put in their life, you know what I'm saying, about their children. So you had some cats that was lamenting over, you know what I'm saying, and a lot of them was in Georgia too, you know what I'm saying, finding out that they women was hoes and shit. And, and you know what I mean? And so, you know what I'm saying, for those of us seasoned and you know what's what, it's like, all right, you know, first you think they complaining, and it's like, well, nah, I mean, maybe, you know, you ain't had no brother, no uncles or father in your life to really give you the game like that. And so,
yes.
and so it became about this dating shit as opposed to what it was at the beginning. In the beginning, it was like what brought me into it. What is it? They call it IBMOR, Introspective Black Men of Reform. And you know what I'm saying, you had cats that it was more like an online, what they call that, cigar lounge or something like that, right? It didn't have all the toxic elements to it until it started expanding, and they didn't have any filtering. They just let anybody participate, and once the money started coming,
there was no bouncer at the door.
No, never.
Hey, let me jump in there. Let me jump in real quick, just real quick. This is what I learned because I'm brand new to this space. Yeah, see,
we're in this lane, DL. Go ahead, bro. You're good.
Let me jump in real quick. This is my assessment of what I've seen in this manosphere, red pill world, mano swamp, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? These dudes have overcomplicated this shit, right? The guys who know, like the guys on this platform, the guys who know, we just sitting there like, what the fuck's wrong with y'all? Like, this is real easy. Listen to me, you'll be all right. You know what I mean? But like Brother Roach just said, it was so many other things. These guys don't know how to focus on what's important, which is them. They overcomplicate the shit. They come up with these fucking terms. They come up with these goddamn acronyms and all this other bullshit. They come up with a hierarchy. They wound up spending all their time trying to say, I know more about this bullshit we just made up than you. And you know, no, I know more than you. And I was here then, but I'm here now, and da. Meanwhile, ain't none of them getting any pussy. They're all still weirdos.
Facts.
Right? They're all still fucking weirdos. And I'm like, look,
that's what they call themselves. They call themselves the educated lame. And I was asking back in 2007, how the fuck can you be educated and lame? You know, you got
very easy.
But hold up, but wait a minute though. Remember, one of the factors that they were always presented was that we're STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, right? That's been day one. So we're upper echelon. You got Pookie and Ray. People started talking about that 2011, whatever. And then what they say, select and non-select, right? So they spend all the time just opposing themselves to whoever was the ideal slacker dude, to women who didn't want them, because the women that they wanted was the badass bitches that didn't want them, or that somebody who wasn't an educated lame could pull. You know what I'm saying? Quite easily. They want the drug dealers. They want them motherfuckers got some swag. Y'all, all you got is a degree, and you think that that's supposed to make her wet. And if that's the case, all right, what she finna get from that? You know what I'm saying? You turn yourself into a trick, and you approaching hoes. Clearly, you approaching hoes that you don't know is hoes, but you don't want to acknowledge that you're tricking, and you want to hold her to a wife's accountability. You're supposed to do this, that, and the third. All right, what she look like? Oh, well, look at how she danced. Look at how she dressed. Nigga, that's a hoe. You don't call a hoe
Like I
into a
said,
wife's
bro.
accountability.
Turn a hoe into a
They-
housewife.
Here's the deal. When I talk to these guys, now it's like, look, if you want to talk to me, like for real, talk to me, you got to pay me. And they're like, damn, you trying to scam me, or you trying to be, or whatever they call those dudes, a grifter? I'm like, no, I need your attention. And at $100 an hour, I know you fucking paying attention, right? You gonna fucking listen to me at $100 an hour. I tried to give you the game for fucking free, and you guys went out here and fucked it all up. Not that you fuck it up in America, but now y'all going off the places I like. I like Central and South America. You know what I mean? You fucking it up down there, getting yourself scoped and shit, getting robbed by these bitches. Like it's like, no. So if you want me to talk to you, I need to see the money up front, son. You know what I mean? I need to see the fucking money up front.
You pulling bullshit like this in Panama. You pulling bullshit like this in DR. You pulling bullshit like this in Brazil. You pulling bullshit like this in Thailand. What the fuck you think is going to happen? Come on now.
And
You don't think people going to catch on?
Black
But
men
going
had
back to what-
black men had a great representation too before the passport the passport bros turned into what it turned into, because the original ones, they wasn't saying shit. They was their own group. It's just that once the world caught light of it, then, you know what I'm saying, everybody like, hey, this is a good idea. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Because all that shit.
No. It wasn't this is a good idea, brother. Not to cut you off, bro. It wasn't that it's a good idea. It's easy. They were like, oh, it's easy. The dollar is worth more in Colombia. I could go down there and get a baddie for $20. You know what I mean? It was easy. But then
niggas wasn't
they
telling
get these
themselves
girls
that
thinking
in
they're
1995 though, when they was going to Brazil and all that.
Right, because we weren't passport bros. We were well-traveled men. Huge difference. We weren't going down there just to get ass. You get ass here.
You guys in the older days, bro, weren't trashing the women on your way out.
Exactly.
You see what I mean? You was just going about your business.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, the thing, remember, I think the one thing that works for us back then, we didn't have social media. We didn't have platforms like this to put bullshit out. We were able to just go in, go out. Exactly. But we were able to go in, go out without saying anything. Like, people didn't know we were coming in. People didn't know when we were leaving. We just went about our business, and that was it. We didn't draw any type of attention.
I tell dudes all the time. When they talk about, oh, you got to leave America to find a good woman. Bullshit. There are good women here. You need some game, though. It's like Brother Rose said. You need to be able to determine who's real and who's not. Which one of these chicks is tricking? Which one of these chicks is hoes? Which one of these chicks are little freaks? And which ones are real women? If you don't understand human nature, you will always pick poorly, right? But you can. I tell people all the time, they're like, man, women ain't shit in America. I'm like, word? Where you been? Where you been? Where you live?
Exactly.
And it was like, I'm like, yeah. Have you been to Grayling, Michigan? Have you been to Traverse City? Right? Have you been to Walla Walla, Washington? Right? Have you been to Paris, Texas? Have you been to these places? Have you been to Fayetteville, Alabama, Dothan, Alabama? Have you been to Fort Myers? Have you been to these places? Right? Bro, if you can't go to these places and cop something, because I tell these dudes a secret. I'm like, here's the secret. It's not like Tarus was saying, if you go overseas, you know, it's going to put you at like a second tier. I say, if you go overseas, it puts you even with the top tier. You at the top because you're different. Yep. If you, like, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, born and raised. But when I got up to Grayling, Michigan, I didn't know how to fucking act, man. Them girls didn't know how to act either, bro. It was on. It was on. You know what I'm saying? Wait, what's your pickup line? Psh, hi. That's my pickup line. How you doing?
What's up?
You know what I mean? Shit, 3 hours later. You know what I'm saying? We smashing. So, but I also understood how to talk to people. This is fun. The red pill guys, the 80% of the dudes in the red pill space, the bottom 80 guys, whatever you want to call them, the reason they have problems is because they're fucking social retards. Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that? I guess I did. Right? That's why they can't do it. That's their problem.
Exactly.
That's their problem. And once they understand that, they'll be all right. That book I was talking about, the Sextinction, it's a really decent read. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It would be worth the investment to get it, I believe, or at least get the audiobook and listen to it if she puts it out. But it really touches on all these red pill talking points. Now it's like it's mainstream. I give it maybe another couple months. She'll probably be on The View, right? She's gonna be on Fox and all that shit. What?
This is very interesting to see this grow into this, because the thing is, the majority of what it was that was crafted in the lens was honest. Now, one thing it lacked was empathy. The entirety of the time, I was trying to get them to understand, like, look, if you're talking to black women, you have to have some empathy with it. Clearly, none of y'all been in a relationship, none of y'all been married, or the bulk of y'all ain't been married. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're married, you got to talk to your wife different. You know what I'm saying? You'll talk to your girlfriend or just a random chick.
And that's a fact, Braxton.
Right. And if you're trying to get her to see something about herself to potentially alter or adjust, for y'all on y'all's behalf. But what they did was that they talked or spoke at women. And it's like, all right then, but educated lane, right? Girls don't like me. I can't get the girl that I want and all this shit. And it's like, well, what girl do you want? We want 9s. Y'all heard what Kevin, KS said. His 10 was I think Kelly, and his 9, his 8 was Beyonce, and his 9 celebrity shit, right? Okay, that's fuck out of here. Come on, what? Ain't nobody using celebrities.
Rose, keep it 100, man. These dudes talk about a 9, and they'll show me their 9, and I always tell the dudes the same thing. Like, man, I want to smash it with your dick, bro. If that's your 9, go on, bro. Go on. You don't even talk to me, man. Just go buy her a Big Mac or something fun. I mean, it's different. Everyone's scale is different. That's another thing when we talk about your scale. My scale starts at 0. I do 0 to 10 on my scale. When I talk to people, 0 to 10. People are like 0. I'm like, yeah, some fucking zeros out there, bro. There are people out there who are zeros for various reasons. There are people who are deformed. There are people who've been hurt, got burned, and all that. But then there are people who are just no personality, whatever, 0, men and women. And when you use 0 to 10, 5 is the median. 5 is the true median. And the vast majority of us, we fit between 4, 5, and 6.
Why 0?
That's where everybody
10,
is. So I'm like, leave them guys alone. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Why 0 to 10 though? Like
because you need that median. You need that median. You need that 5. You need there's 5 spots below it and 5 spots above it. You need that median. That's the thing. You need that median.
I know. I get what you're saying.
I'm sorry, guys. Please, for the love of God, stay shallow like I do, and most majority men do. And the scale rating is purely looks. Okay,
man. Listen,
purely looks. Anything else, you're overcomplicating it.
Oh no! I get what DL's saying. Hold on, Tarus. I get what DL's saying because I remember a long time back there was this one woman. We kind of were talking and everything else, nothing serious. And then she honestly said, "Yo, on a scale of 1 to 10, where do you put yourself?" I said, "Honestly, I'm about a 7." And she looked at me like, "What? I thought you said you were a perfect 10." I was like, "No, I know I'm not perfect, but I'm willing to work to become a better version of who I currently am." And then she was just like, "Ooh, okay." And I think that is the problem. It's the humility. It's the fact that I know where I'm at, but I'm willing to be better. I'm willing to do better.
Right.
And Rogish, I don't know if you were in the service, but that's something I know Tarus, DL, and I learned while we were in the Army. Be a better version of who you currently are. Be willing to put in the work to become a better version of who you are. And a lot of these guys and some women don't want to fucking do that.
But Anton, I'm airborne. You can't get no better than that. There's no more work to be done.
Please, all right, come on now.
Airborne all the way.
No leg chokes. No fucking leg chokes. All right, bro, come on now. No fucking leg jokes, bro. Come on now.
I don't have to say it because you're saying it for me. Appreciate that.
You are clutch, cutie pie. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you so much. I love you. God,
that's what you had kids for. That's what you had kids for. So they can go run around and get the shit for you.
Like I said earlier, guys, bro, it is so awesome having daughters that can drive because I can. I buy, you fly. Yo, go get whatever snacks y'all want, just as long as you get what I asked for. Bay, huh? Let's go.
Oh, you got Pokey Bay? You ain't gonna share? Come on, man.
I'm not sharing.
Hey, look. In the chat, they calling this the battle of the ball heads, bro. Damn, they got us. They got us. I like that shit.
Shout out to
Battle of the ball
OG Bobby
heads.
Johnson. No. Dukes
I'm
hit.
Yeah, OG. You know, he get a Don DeMarco for that, bro.
Look.
He get a Don DeMarco for that. I'm sorry.
I told you this before. One of the big things I wish, man, because guys, we all over the place with this, and that's perfectly fine.
And you
One of
said
the
you was
things
gonna
I be
freestyle
telling-
tonight. You said
Yeah. One of the things, bro, I really need my guys to understand is you want to go explore, fine. Guys, I ended up marrying a German woman. I've been married for 18 years, Rogue, by the way.
Right.
I got married when I was 20, and I was stationed in Germany for 5 years, right?
Okay.
you beat the odds, bro. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Could you imagine,
Go
Rogue,
past
if
10.
I took the red pill mentality, man, these American women are trash.
Mm.
Okay.
Is-
Somehow,
wait,
for whatever reason.
Is that what it is now?
No.
American women are trash? Is that
No, I
No,
don't.
that's not
I
what it
didn't
is.
agree with
No.
it then, and I don't agree with it now. But that's
Okay.
just me. So, but I'm
Yeah.
saying, like, if I did,
Yeah.
well, then by that logic, let's just say it happened to not work out with my wife.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, are all German women trash?
Yeah, by that logic.
Nine.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like these dudes will let their limited experience speak for the entire fucking nation. And what bothers me is like, okay, that lets me know, Rogue, that they're thinking about that instead of thinking about it from themselves. They're thinking about it too shallow because they're supposed to at least pick a country, Rogue, that you actually like. Like if you like Thailand, for example, it's because you could see yourself living there. You want to learn the language.
Learn
you
the
want to
language, learn the
immerse yourself
culture.
into the culture.
Yep.
So guess what? If one girl that doesn't work out isn't going to make you run back to America. You get what I mean?
Right.
But you see that shit all the time. You see there's too many of these guys that go overseas, right? You go to the Dominican Republic, don't even bother learning the bare minimums, kind of the tourist Spanish.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Go to Brazil. Don't bother learning anything about Portuguese. And then you ask them why they go to that country. Oh man, them girls fine as fuck, bro.
And they go over there straight for the red light district. They don't go there to experience nothing and wonder why they get turned into Vicks.
Because because unfortunately there are some of them that are intentional, but unfortunately there's too many of the guys who got wrapped up and they don't realize that they become sex tourists with extra steps.
Yeah.
Here's
right?
the deal.
You're trying to
what you're saying.
maximize your money for pussy.
Yeah.
Here's the
know
deal.
what
I'm
it
not
is?
disagreeing with you. Tarus, I'm not disagreeing with you.
But before you go, Passport OG, he's always been a proponent of, he's in Japan. I think he said he's been there since his like early 20s and got family and everything, but he's always been a proponent of immersing yourself within the culture. Don't just show up and trying to, you know what I'm saying, bank off a little of American celebrity, if you will, because that's waning, right? That's definitely waning. But yeah, go ahead, Brother Saint.
So here's the deal, man. And I'm not disagreeing with you, Tarus, but the average dude will go anywhere if there's a beautiful woman willing to see him and accept him in her life. He'll go anywhere. Hey, go to Thailand. He'll fucking go to Greece, Portugal, fucking, Anchorage, Alaska, Iceland. It go to Antarctica if it's gonna be a chick down there. You know what I'm saying? What you gonna do in Antarctica, man? We're gonna be doing some seal herding. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're gonna be down there penguin holding. They got some cold hoes though. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing. I tell these guys, these dudes are like, bro, women do want the best. What really messed this up, in my opinion, is the technology that exists today. Women have always been hypergamous. There's nothing wrong with being hypergamous. Fuck, I'm hypergamous. I want the best. I get the best vehicle I can get my hands on. I get the best house I can get my hands on. I get the best girl I can get my hands on.
Thanks, Mandrell.
Yeah, Mandrell's in the building. I ain't never went somewhere and be like, can you give me the worst shit you got here, bro? I just want the worst. I ain't never did that in my life. I ain't mad at women for being hypergamous, right, at all. But guys are now fighting the technology. I grew up in Cincinnati, like I said. Back in the day, I mean, bro, if if you had a name in the streets, I ain't talking about like being a gangster, nothing like that, but people knew you play sports or whatever, you cool with folks, whatever, folks know you, you're going to be able to holler at women. And you're probably going to wind up with a woman from your neighborhood or somewhere in your city, maybe the other side of town, but you're going to wind up. Why? Because you're in the top 20% there. Now, if she goes to college, oh shit, it's more dudes there. It's dudes from a little over the region there, right? You know, and if she gets a job and she moves to the other side of the country, now I'm competing with another thing. But most people went to college, came back home, went to the military, came back home, and they wound up settling down with probably somebody they went to school with. You know what I mean? High school, middle school, elementary, something like that. But now, man, they could pull out their phone and they got dudes hollering at them from all four corners of the globe, bro. Dudes with bread. Like, yo, I'll fly you out here or I'll come meet you there. I'll take you. Oh, you want to go see Hamilton? I'll take you to Hamilton, VIP package. To compete with that, you got to be the guy she absolutely wants. And it's not about your height. It's not about your dick size. It's not about how much money you make. It's the fact that she loves you. She believes you're the best that she can get. Then that woman won't be moved by any other guy. She won't be on her social media like that. Her page will be private. It is what it is. But they're competing with technology, and these dudes weren't even in the game when it was like local and regional. Right. How the hell are they going to compete when it's global?
Nice.
So hold up, guys. Let me stop. And DL, I love you, bro. But unfortunately, this is why I'm here to help you with the software update, because you want to know how they're pushing back against the technology by embracing the technology, and we're getting better and better sex robots and simulations and VR and this kind of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. They're combating the technology with more technology.
But
here's the thing.
Inevitably leads to transhumanism.
All right, listen. If someone is able to put together a fully functioning holodeck, I'm out.
The holodeck might be 50 generations down the road, but a fully functioning sex bot will be here in less than 10 years.
Holodeck will be here less than 10 years.
Nah, not a holodeck. Not where you can interact. And we don't have the force field technology. We don't have that to actually do a holodeck.
Look. The thing is, you got to ask yourself, how susceptible is the human mind now to illusion? You have people, again, with these people trackers all in their face all the time. Majority of the images on here fabricated. They don't know what's real and what ain't now. And when they encounter something that might look like it might be a fabrication, what do you apply? You apply intention, you apply focus, a singularized focus, and that is the conditioning module that they use to get you adjusted to the new fabrication. So, I mean, I think what it is, it's a shifting that has occurred. It was the perfect storm. I knew it was gonna happen. I tried to tell them, niggas like, look, y'all better get a counsel and y'all better start using more empathy, because one, it's a whole bunch of brothers sharing all of these experience, and all of it ain't bullshit. And so when you sift through the bullshit and the real shit is there, and you're constructing more and more perspectives on the actual real shit, yeah, the bullshit that's go out that gets to the public's going to grasp that. Like the one thing with Kevin Samuels, they were like, oh, he beating down on women, he talking shit about women. It's like, all right, well, y'all wasn't there when the dude only had 100 subscribers, and he was trying to show educated lames how to coordinate. And he wouldn't even fly with it. He would just show, wear this jacket and this belt, you know what I'm saying, matching shoes. This fragrance, this, that, right? It was more on a social, I don't know, posh kind of etiquette presentation type shit.
He got some nice ass suits. Can't go wrong with that.
Well, I mean, later in the game and everything, that nigga wasn't wearing suits. I mean, he just.
Well, no, at the time when I saw him, he was wearing nice ass suits.
In 2012, he looked like a cornball corporate dude. But he could coordinate. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right. So, but the thing is, once he grew out of that and everything expanded as it did, due to COVID, right? Perfect scenario. Well, they had already established, you're talking years and years later, where you now got this template of a listing of terms that you've created and a utility of how to apply it to society. And that's when it came with a high value man. They educated lane evolved into high value man. And it's like, what makes you high value? Oh, I make this amount of money and I have a degree and I have this. And it's like, well, it seemed like you're turning yourself into some type of new age trick. But all right, go ahead. And it was it was a bloviated standard, very bloviated and full of shit. All right, but the women that came up and judged themselves against the standard, broke themselves against the standard, and gave it life. Those women that was coming up 300 pounds, bad attitude. These niggas say, our 8, you can't call yourself a 7, and my 8 is, I think, Beyonce, and on up or whatever. So, and it exposed an objective delusion.
Oh shit, he locked up.
Oh no!
I just want to call them out on it. Go ahead,
Rogue. You broke up.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, so I think I left off. It inadvertently exposed an objective factor of how much of an illusion women were selling themselves, and so that standard wasn't supposed to grow into what it did, but I mean, shit, they showed up and they gave it wings. Next thing you know, you got game for lames, and any cat who've never even approached a chick can start off, I guess, calling her to some form of a mild, nuanced accountability that she may or may not feel obligated to even speak upon. Not even just answer them or stand up for herself, but just enough to agitate her where she's going to give them some attention. Game for life.
All right, like this is what I'll say about Kevin Samuels. You know what I mean? When that dude left this existence, he had a baddie on top of him. He came and went at the same time, bro. I want to go like that. I want to go like that. Yeah, I agree with you, bro. He was. I remember I went back and saw some of his early stuff. I'm like, yeah, this dude looks like the lame, but he was able to carve out a space and shout out to him. You know what I mean? Rest in greatness. You know what I mean? That's good for him. Yeah. But at the end of the day, these guys still need help and they don't want to do the work. So when the sex bot comes, when you have a synthetic humanoid that moves like a human, that talks and is powered by AI, that you want to talk about, so I'm going to put your tinfoil hat on for a second. That's going to be some game-changing shit. Whoever owns the AI and can program those female sex bots to whisper in the ear of these weirdos who bought these things and they have these relationships. Because think about it. How many Americans now have relationships with AI just in their computers, not even attached to a bot that you can put your thing in, right?
Many.
Yeah. That program, whoever controls that program is going to control those men. 80% of dudes are
the tech bros. The tech bros that do that now. They're the ones who own the AI bots now. Right?
Whoever owns AI bots,
the AI chop bots that people are falling in love with.
And whoever can fucking plant some backdoor shit in there and override that programming and do whatever. Think about it. These guys will do whatever that sex bot tells them to do. These dudes will get up and work. If you got to spend $100,000 on a sex bot that looks like Beyonce or Kelly or whoever you want to look like, you know what I mean? If it costs $100,000, they'll come out their mama basement, go make $100,000 so and get the sex bot, and they'll go right back into the basement. Because that bot is not gonna, go ahead.
I guess we're gonna be the first generation of Blade Runners then, huh?
This is the bigger issue though with the whole bots and the AI shit. Is we're talking about the same demographic of men who again have a hard time socializing with not just women, anybody in real life. And my issue with this, especially with this is this kind of goes back to the rating scale too, DL. Is the reason why I say keep it shallow is because, especially if we want to add in all the bells and whistles that goes into the 1 to 10 scale rating, well then if we apply that same scale rating to a lot of these dudes ranking the women, how many of them would be rate 0 to 3?
These
And the
dudes ain't
reason why, they'll be ranked as much as 0 to 3 dudes, like so like hypercritical to women. They're also the ones who's gonna want these freaking these sex robots. Why, DL? Because they have the same problem in real life that they get to remove with the AI robot. They don't have to deal with the personality. You see, that's the underlining problem, is these dudes don't know how to socialize, and that's a get out of jail free card from actually having to put in some sort of work and compromise with a woman.
So is the so
Why,
is
see,
the
a lot of
issue-
these
why do
dudes,
you
bro,
always
a lot of
argue my
these- a
point
lot
back
of-
to me?
No,
Why do you always
DL,
argue
what
my
I'm saying
point
is-
back to me?
DL, what I'm saying
That's
is
exactly what I
DL,
said.
what I'm saying is I'm not arguing your point. What I'm saying is a lot of these dudes are going overseas, right? Because they're trying to escape this idea that, oh man, these old difficult ass American women, oh, they difficult to deal with. Okay, well, what happens when you deal with the Chinese woman cussing you out in Chinese? Or you dealing with the hot-head Filipino woman? Right?
What did I say? They do it because it's easy.
No,
It's easy.
DL, I'm not arguing against you. Just stop. Jesus Christ. I'm
It's
literally
easy.
not
That's why
arguing
I'm
against
at-
you.
No,
Okay?
but that's what you're talking about. We're saying the
what I'm
same thing. It's
but
easy.
that's
That's
what
why they do it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the kind of shit that pisses me off about that movement, because a lot of these passport bros, bro, they took that energy because they're trying to pull out the easy card. They're trying to chase something that's easier and easier and easier. And then it's just like,
Okay, but wait a minute. But wait
Yeah.
a minute. But wait a minute. You got to ask yourself, what is the principle that they are about prior to? You can't get mad when they make that move like that. I mean, I understand that. Okay,
Bro.
it's definitely a bad look on black men. It's definitely a bad look on black men. Well,
should
you
a
know what I'm
woman, Rogue, this is real simple. Should a woman want a sex robot over dealing with any sort of inconvenience when it comes to a man?
Of course not, and definitely not vice versa, because we're complements. We're complementary to one another. The thing is, these societies, it's the same thing that's going on in Korea, same thing that's going on in Japan. Once you have a society where you don't maintain an adequate amount of the essential social bonds, whatever properties it is that creates healthy social bonds, that maintains the essential values of a human versal circumstance, right? It's done. I think what you say, Saint, you said it was what's the name of the book?
Sextinction.
That's
Sextinction.
Yo,
Extinction.
that's
Yeah.
crazy because I mean, think about it. It's the same thing. There was looking Peter McCormick. He was talking about I think Korea with someone else on there, and I forgot they were talking about what it takes to make a people desire to not to want to stimulate growth, and just to conserve and to consume, right? The thing is none of this is personal with people. This is all societal, and if there had been the adequate amount of, I guess, beneficial, instrumental social conditioning that one's government, if not government, but whatever is the factor of governing, what I'm saying, the sort or the area could do, right? And as malleable as as neurally malleable as we know people are now, right? Like people can be pretty much programmed for anything. So if they can be programmed for anything in their detriment, they can be programmed for pretty much anything in their instrumental return. It's really all a matter of this being part of the plan, and people not understanding that. Like this moves you more towards transhumanism, the doll, virtual reality, even this right here. You know what I mean? Even this right here. Largely, I mean, we don't know if each other is really putting on a character or not. We don't know. I don't think y'all are, because I know my folks. I know my folks delivering real, right? But most of the time when people are on these things, they're living a fucking character. They're talking in ways that they wouldn't if people was around, if they was in a group, if they was in a class, if they was giving a lecture, if they was, you know what I mean? in aspects of duress or threat or whatever. It is. I think what it is that a lot of the living that people have done is now being converted into whatever the value standing is for these modernized society. Not the societies themselves, not just the infrastructure, but that which powers the infrastructure or the people's adherence to that infrastructure. I think
Rogan DL, I agree with you guys. I guess my question to actually ask a question, don't we have, and then by extension, a government have some sort of responsibility to put barriers between that, what we're talking about?
Between what? Be more specific.
Well, one of the things is this hyper materialistic societies we've built that has led to these declining birth rates, if you will,
right,
or a lot of the divisions between the genders. You see what I mean? Like, for example, one of the great hypocrisies just in America, for example, right? We talk about how the importance of families, and yet people got to work 60, 80 hours a week. Well, how are you supposed to be around your family if you always got to be out the house in order to sustain a living? It's kind of contradictory. You get what I mean?
Right.
And so because of it's it continues to increase, the cost of living continues to increase. That's one of the main driving factors of people waiting later in life to get married and have children and all of these different things.
Right.
Well, I mean,
and so
okay.
what I'm asking is, don't you think government or do you think government should, or could you make the argument that government should have a responsibility to keep that barrier in between, I guess, the market, if you will, and technology and our social lives?
I'll go first real quick. I would say that the government has a responsibility to make the family law system equal, right? If you want people to have more kids, right? You can't punish people who have money, right? The family law system.
Bro, the family law system is not the reason why Korea's birth rates are declining. Like, come on, D.
Hold on. Let me finish. Here in America, if you want Americans, you want young men to think about having kids, you got to do something about that, right? Because no one's really getting married. And if you get married, that's something the government could do. The government can say, hey, you know what? We're going to put a cap on child support. $1,000 is the most you're going to get out of child support no matter where you are in America. If you have a baby, $1,000. That's all you're going to get out of this guy. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's the wealthiest basketball player or the Pookie and Ray Ray from around the way. The most you're going to get is $1,000. The average child support payment should be somewhere around $500 or $600, right? That'd be one thing you can do, right? Let's go ahead and get that off the plate. And then you say, okay, if you want marriages to work, right? It's like, okay, let's either make it harder to get married or harder to get divorced. Let's build in, prenups as part of the process. You gonna get your marriage license? Yeah, I got to fill out this prenup. Yeah, I got to fill this out. If you want to make it a little more, I'm just saying, we're talking about things the government can do. We're talking about things the government can do.
You don't want to set borders for that to be stimulated. You want to actually create some genuine, harmonious inspiration within your populace to desire to be with one another.
That's not a thing. Then let's do away with legal marriage.
Yes,
let's just do away with legal marriage. We don't need legal marriage. We don't need legal marriage then. Let's just do away with it. You can just get married in the church. The government has nothing to do with it. Y'all get divorces up to the church to let you get divorced, and there's no such thing as child support.
The issue isn't the lack of adequate, I guess, successful marriages. The issue is prior to the marriage, the desire, that instinctual desires being overran by the system, and the thought of how this will reflect within the system first, as opposed to within their heart, within their soul, you know what I'm saying, towards one another. That's, I mean, shit.
I would say government has no place in marriage. Government has no place in my heart or your wife's heart or your girlfriend's heart. Government has no place in that. Why does government have to get involved in that? Let's remove the government from that. Because again, the question is, does government have the responsibility to do certain things? And I'm basing it on that. I don't believe in like this unconditional love shit or whatever. When the people who have it and they make it work and they're willing to work in their relationships, man, that's outstanding. That's amazing. But right now, it doesn't work that way. Right? Like you can get absolutely destroyed in the family law system today. Whether and they don't care if you're a man or a woman. They only want to know who has the money, and they're gonna take money. It all boils down to money, right? 66% of every dollar that's issued in child support, the federal government rebates the state for issuing that damn order.
Yeah.
Child
Think
support
about
has
that
never
for a minute.
stopped dudes from knocking up women, bro. Like
Yes, it has. That's why it's on the decline.
I guess
Yes, it has.
maybe
No, that can't be. It's not.
Like-
Yes, it has.
It's not legislation.
No.
But my whole point, but you're saying, what can the government do? The government should be removed from that part of our society. I would say remove the government from love and marriage and leave that up to the church. Right? We got separation of church and state. Let the church handle that. And if you don't
Yeah,
like what
but
the church
see,
is
that's the
doing,
thing.
oh well.
But see, that's also the thing. You got different denominations and everything else who are going to do their own thing, and it's like,
Yeah.
okay, which one do we follow? Do we go along with this faith, that faith, or
That's on
so
you.
on and so
pick
forth?
which one. Pick which church you want to follow, which faith you're gonna follow. Now we gotta protect children. We gotta build in some guardrails there because there's some people who believe they can have all these different wives. You kind of gotta build in for that. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
because we have these laws in America.
How do you protect the internal worth and value and sanctity of the men, of the boys and the girls before they grow into men and women, so that there is a natural desire to want to merge and be together? These current modern social circumstances or environments, they are there. What you're not understanding is that there is almost like a poisoning of value that is occurring. There's nothing that a government is going to do in order to enact a forceful change of that. The thing is, what's being eroded is something that would have been eroded if it didn't happen here, if it happened somewhere else. Any place that has this model right now is going through it. Every land upon this world that has this style of economic model or it participates in it to a toxic degree is going through this. This is way more than just a government correction.
Brother Roach, my thing is this. What business does the government have being involved in your love life, in your marriage, and how you raise your children? Like, because I would say the answer to your question is it's not the government's responsibility, it's mom and dad's responsibility. It's the grandparents, it's the community, the village as a whole responsibility to raise that child the way that child should be raised. And hopefully that innate feeling that you're talking about or whatever is baked in. But what does the government have to do with that?
It's supposed to be baked into the raw humanity, not just to a particular
and the
family setting.
As much as I support limited government in aspects, DL, government is also supposed to help us stop or prevent us from being exploited by the corporate entities who, again, if given the opportunity, would absolutely bring back indentured servitude. And then you want to talk about nobody getting together and having kids and all this other shit?
I'm trying to answer the question you asked, Taruz. I'm not getting into indentured servitude. Here's the thing. You want to talk about indentured servitude? There are guys in jail right now, women in jail right now for failure to pay child support. Then people are like, well, hold on.
And
they didn't get arrested and locked up.
Them dudes will still find a way to get a woman pregnant. That's still
here's my point.
DL, no, DL, you kind of
trying to answer your question.
Okay.
I'm trying to answer your question, brother. Why is the government? Because they'll say we didn't lock you up for debt because you can't lock people up in America for debts. We locked you up for failure to comply with a court order, which is bullshit. It's just a workaround.
Think the large amount of people are in relationships where it's largely just child support that is governing how they potentially could be intimately with another person and make. Come on, bro.
All I'm saying is remove. Why is the government doing it? Remove that element. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to stop your loving and marriage and all that.
That's not going to make me.
Educated Pookie. Nice meeting you. I'm Tyrus.
Yo, what was good, Tyrus? I'm sorry, I don't got my reading glasses on, so y'all names I can't see all of them.
Respect, brother. Respect.
I think that's Antoine. Shout out to you and
And he said my name
Rogish.
correctly. I'll give you that.
Oh, and DL. I've debated DL before actually on I think it was Torsh's channel.
Yeah, it was the black pill, red pill thing.
Yeah, so shout out to DL because he's a good dude. When he disagrees with someone, I respect the fact he'll let you up on a panel and he'll debate with you for like a whole hour. He won't, so he does stand on his opinion, but I think I was agreeing with
Hold up,
Tyrus.
educated Pookie. Hold
Oh,
on. How was your week?
oh, my week was good. Like my off day was earlier this week, so now I gotta work like 5 or 6 days in a row. So now,
Oh shit, bro. Yeah.
yeah. But I kind of I wake up late for most of the week, so I'm not complaining too much.
Yeah.
I don't mind having a late shift. I could wake up at 10, 9, 10
Oh, so
instead
you
of
ain't waking up at like the 4, 5, 6 o'clock. You ain't gotta
yeah.
do none of that.
I don't gotta open the office at 9:15 or 8:45 in the morning. I'm
Yeah.
not complaining. I'm not complaining.
That's what's up.
Hell yeah. Go ahead, bro.
No, but no, to root like the only reason I didn't want to comment is because when I joined, I was having trouble with my StreamYard, so I kind of missed some of your points. So even though I thought I agree with you, I kind of missed what you were saying before DL responded. So I didn't want to sell DL short because I didn't really hear the whole exchange. So I was kind of trying to hold back for another 30 seconds before. I mean, if you want me to talk, I will, but
Yeah,
I didn't hear your
no,
whole
you're good.
point. So
You're good.
yeah.
Like I was just
But yo, seriously, and I'm gonna have to go here pretty soon. Tyrus, I'm gonna have to go here pretty soon. But just want to
I,
give you that heads up. I did put a couple links in the private chat, guys. I think you should check it out. Some pretty cool shit.
educate real quick. Educated Pookie, did you want to talk to DL?
Oh no. Especially if DL has a time limit, I wanted you and him to hash out your thing. Because my thing with the marriage, just to
Oh,
sum it up in 10 seconds, I'm neutral on marriage. Personally, I'm not against or pro.
right.
Hypothetically, what Tyru was saying, if you would get the government involved in your marriage or in any intimate relationship, it would be for protections from either corporations or certain legal situations that you as a couple may be liable. So in that situation, and y'all can call me a leftist or whatever y'all want, whatever y'all, I don't care, but you 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 would want the government involved in that situation so that certain corporations can't run rampant and just get a couple involved in whatever. But go ahead.
Educated Pookie, that was exactly the point I was making
Yeah.
through your transition. DL, do you want to respond to that?
Well, I mean, my thing is, and y'all know, anyone who watches my platform, I talk about this shit all the time. We don't need the government involved in marriage, in my opinion. We don't need the government involved.
Agreed.
We don't need family court. We don't need a system where you monetize a child and incentivize one parent to take away access to said child so you can get the most money. I think that's fucking evil, right? There are things we can do, but what you were saying, like what can we do to encourage or what can the government do to change some of these things? Get the government out of it. That's my whole thing. Let the churches handle it. If you're atheist, then you can just come up with your own contract
I
and
mean, I'm
get it
agnostic.
notarized, and that's what
I'm
y'all
not
doing.
atheist. I'm agnostic. I'm not
Well,
atheist, so
whatever.
I'm not gonna.
But the
That's what I'm
thing
saying.
is,
But whatever. I mean, just let the churches let
what
them
if it
handle it.
is a stream though? It is a monetary stream for the government. It is a control factor for the government. It is a regulating factor for the government. So it's not just or let me say, it's more than just a matter of removing, you know, what I'm saying, variables that have more influence than a healthy relationship needs. The thing is, for us to do that, we will have to go back to the familial model. Now, this government it does not want people having a familial model in chief operation of how people govern their lives. It not definitely not in America. So you're not in the United States. Come on, let's keep it 100. This is more than just
I just,
Real,
hey, bro, I
real
just
quick,
stand
real
on it. Get
quick,
the government out of it.
real quick before you guys continue. Scam, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on? I just got
How
here.
was your week?
Let's go in the building.
All is well. I just got here, so.
All right.
Hey man,
Go
say it like
ahead,
you gotta
Dio.
say it. Hola, como estás, motherfucker? K-Tal, all that good shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
We know
it's
what you're doing.
Sí, todo está bien.
Go ahead, Dio.
So I'm just gonna say this, man. I really think that the way we do it now is detrimental to people want to even engage in this shit. Like, why get married if you're, man or woman? If you're very successful, why get married? Why risk half of your shit or 2/3 of your shit if it goes sideways? Why even do it? Right? I mean, that's one of the things. Is like, what are we doing here? And if we don't want it, or just make basic changes, like, well, let's build in, prenups. Like, if you're telling me that about 50% of marriages end in divorce in America, why is it we're not making them do a prenup? Again, the question was, how can government get involved to make it better, make it worse, or whatever? At least do that. Like, we're gonna make you fill out a prenup, so you ain't got to deal with a family law court or whatever. And your prenup is gonna spell out how much money people are gonna take, what's gonna happen to the houses, whatever. This is a basic prenup. It's part of the package when you pay your $300 or whatever to get your marriage license. It's part of it. You got to do this, right? And it's done. And those people are really happy. Go ahead.
The issue is that all that transaction, all that, you know what I'm saying, all of that digital exchange, all of that's not human. The issue is that we're losing those essential social bonds that made us into the original humans that we were. We're losing.
I hear you,
that.
brother.
So now when you have that regulated by something that is more that is more structured than it needs to be, you don't have the right amount of growth. You just get a different kind of containment.
What do you, brother? What do you tell that guy or that woman that doesn't have access to their child and they're paying $2,500 a month in child support? Not because the other person is keeping them away, because the government is keeping them away. What do you tell that person? And then we didn't even talk about the alimony and all that kind of stuff and losing half.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't desire to remove the government from playing this part in that, but the thing is, the system would have to undergo an entire, reformation, and there's too much incentive for it not to go that route in benefit for the people. Way too much incentive by those that are currently, in control.
Yeah. But again, the answer to Tyru's question is, my thing is, remove the government. Remove the government. Let's see what happens. Let's see if more people do get married. Let's see if more people, like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and try to have a child. Although it's still gonna be difficult because it costs so much to raise a child today and all that. But I mean, let's see what happens. That's my whole thing.
DL, I don't think that's gonna. Oh, my bad.
Okay, so guys, DL has answered his question. That's his opinion on how it's going to work or how he would go about it. All right, Antoine, what do you think would help? What do you think is some of the issues, right, that would actually, help make it?
No, you said, what could the government do?
Yeah, what could the government do? Do you think there should be barriers in place? Or do you feel opposite?
No, I understand the importance of the guardrails. I'm not arguing with that. But my thing is, if you want people to have more kids, get married and everything else, you need to provide some form of flexibility to make that possible. And I forgot who it was that said it. Why do you have to work 80 hours a week in order to take care of your family? And you're out that many times, 12, 13-hour days, just to provide for them. You would have a system that makes it possible to where I can go to work and have the ability to provide for my family at the same time without taking time away from them. But we don't have a system like that. That's the problem. I remember talking to my wife about how in some places they have a 4-day work week. And she looked at me like I was crazy.
Oh yeah.
And they
Some
have
places
that.
in Europe, right?
Yeah, some places in Europe have that. And there's one industry here in the States that have that. Aircraft mechanics. There are aircraft mechanics that I know from my old job. They work 40-hour work weeks. 40-hour work weeks. They work 4 days a week, 10-hour days, and they have the weekend off. And they have the ability to spend time with their families and everything else. What's wrong with coming up with a system that makes it flexible and makes it possible, not only for the parents to spend time with their kids or adults to spend time with their spouses, but how come we don't have a system that's set up that doesn't punish a parent going to a parent-teacher conference? How come we don't have a system that's set up where we don't punish the parents for when their child gets sick in school, he or she can leave without being punished, without having to worry about losing pay, to take their child to go see their doctor?
The system is not set up for that.
That's the problem.
Well, no.
You can't sit.
It's not that that's the problem. People forget this system was created by those who pretty much templated from a plantation. And all they did was expand those borders, all right? And the intention, things changed. The product changed. How, what was shipped changed. The order structure pretty much remained the same because supervisor is equal to overseer. You know what I'm saying? If you know, you know. Because they both see over, you feel me? But
in other words, it's basically a walking contradiction.
Well, it's not that it's a walking contradiction. It's a corporation. It's not a real country. If you believe it's a country, then you can't get mad when it behaves like one and then stop whatever. You know what I mean? It's not a real country. But if you believe that's what it is, then all right. Don't hate the player, play the game. You know what I mean? People believe that this shit is a country when it acts like a corporation. It measures like a corporation. It sets value standards and worth settings like a corporation, not like a country.
Educated Pookie.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta
believe on that. Oh, good night, fellas. I got to get going. I got to get up.
Thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, I had some dust for you. You already know.
I mean,
thanks for joining us,
Scam, you know where to find me, bro.
Right. You know the routine.
My pleasure, man. You act like y'all don't know where to find me, especially you, Scam. Act like you don't know where to find me. Bring your dust tomorrow.
Plug your channel.
Hey,
DL, plug your channel real quick.
I'm gonna hit you up about something tomorrow, DL.
Yeah, hit me up. So appreciate. Hey, thanks for having me, brother Charuz. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered and everybody. You guys, if you want to find me, you can find me on YouTube. I Really Want to Know podcast. I'm DL Saint. I've been doing it a few years. I'm on Instagram. I Really Want to Know podcast, all one word. I'm on X under DL Saint, and I'm also on Facebook. I think it's DL Saint on Facebook. I don't remember, but that's where you can find me. I appreciate y'all, man. The chat is wild. There's some wild ones in that chat, but I appreciate y'all, man. I'm all about amendment number 1. And I'll be back. Charuz, I'm coming back, man. I gotta get you on the platform, bro. Yeah. We got unfinished business, like the old girl said in Kill Bill. We got unfinished business, bro. So let's make that happen.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all, fellas. Talk to y'all later.
Peace out.
Peace out. No, I was just gonna agree.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Educate.
I was gonna agree with Roguish Son because I'm assuming he was talking about America or the United States in his previous statement.
Right.
Because, the political people will say it's an oligarchy, or a lot of the powerful countries, whether it's Russia or China or this or that, it's a lot of the countries, they're oligarchies, whether it's blatant oligarchies or kind of subtly mixed in with other stuff. But those guys, they're not running the country based on some founding father principle or like some like ethical or moral code. like he said, they're running it like a corporation. So they're running it based on a bottom line. They will throw millions to Israel or whoever else, whatever ally wants it, when they could easily put a fifth of that into infrastructure, or a tenth of that into healthcare, or a 20th of that into education for their own citizens, yada yada yada. I know, I know y'all on this panel already know where I'm going with this, but yeah, I gotta agree with him, because a lot of the solutions to certain American issues are common sense. The only reason they don't get pushed is because of politics. Just like your favorite NBA player doesn't get the minutes he should get because of coach and politics or whatever it is, because the guard in front of him gets paid a max contract and he's locked into a certain amount of minutes. These politicians, they don't care about what the moral solution is, or what the, even if the moral solution is actually fiscally also the optimal solution. They still don't care.
Yeah.
They're looking at it like, yo, Pookie, I need to get reelected. I need to get my sponsors and my lobbyists, I need to get all of them paid. And I need to rub shoulders with the DNC, or if I'm a Republican, I need to rub shoulders with the RNC or whoever is above me. So my political future is set and my pockets are set for life. Just like Nancy Pelosi and all these Democrats made millions and this and that, and these rich Republicans did the same thing. They're concerned with that. They're not concerned with their constituents and what they actually want. A lot of white people in West Virginia get done over bad, worse than us in a lot of poor ghetto big cities, but because it's a red state, people overlook it. But a lot of those Republican senators and congressmen, they don't give a crap about their constituents in West Virginia or Ohio or the Rust Belt. They don't care. As long as they get reelected and they get their pockets lined up, they're good. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Pookie, this is why I was saying, man, I think there has that's government's job is to have that line, because we as Americans have gotten so used to trying to offload all of our problems to the free market to solve, and the free market solution is inherently profit driven. So all of their solutions to any of our social problems are going to be profit driven, right? When we're talking about our social issues, that's our government, AKA providing a service to us. It's completely different. And yet we got too many people who confuse, or too many people in this country blended in too much. And again, they want businessmen running government institutions that are not profit driven. It provides a service. It needs funding to provide something. It's not a profit motive. Scam, before you go, Josh, nice to meet you. I'm Tyrus. You're muted. How was your week, Josh?
Sorry, Tyrus. Okay, I have to remember that. I like that name.
Oh, thank you. How was your week, Josh?
I'm Josh. I actually don't know many of you. I know Scam actually fairly well from way back in the day, I guess. Some of y'all probably know me from This Might Be Riskies or one of those other panels, maybe Mr. Fantastic. I have no idea. I travel around. I actually came up here only for one question, but I think you named the other guy, so let him go first.
Scam, go ahead.
I think you had a question about what can the government do to start fixing relationships and marriage.
Sure. We'll keep it there. Sure.
How about no? That's between you and that woman. And the dudes, Tarush, you're from Cleveland somewhere, right? Or Ohio somewhere?
Yep.
Do you know some people in Ohio that aren't having these problems? They're over there rocking with their woman over in the park somewhere?
Absolutely.
What was the name of the attorney, the law firm you used at your wedding? Your best man was an attorney and you had 3 police officers in the audience, right? And then when it don't work, they just come and start locking people up and throwing summons. That's how it works. Or Antoine, you in New Jersey, is that how it works in New Jersey? You throw a law book at your wife and she starts quoting talking points?
I hear what you're saying, Scam.
So there's a dude over here and there's a woman over there, and then there's the kid and child. And I'm not gonna sit there and say the government ain't an issue, but we knew that Santa Claus is fake. We found that as kids. The government is the government. It's not going to be some form of, it'll be a different form of something, but it's gonna be what it is because people are who they are. So asking for a pie in the sky to come up here and it to be where everybody, the answer is no. And it's a waste of time. But relationship problems have relationship solutions, not government solutions.
Or go ahead, Josh.
Well, yeah, that was my problem. The reason why you have government is actually for divorce, specifically for contract law. Regardless of family court is effectively that contract law. I hate it, but it is what it is. Eliminating government from contract law would pretty much take out any contract, any agreement you would ever have with anybody. That's why you have it. The idea of pulling it out would require you to get rid of marriage, like marriage licenses or certificates, which that's what you want to do. I don't care one way or the other. What I'm a little bit shocked at is why do y'all think there's a birth rate problem if talked about in the concept of not being able to reproduce like at a constant rate, except for if it's the case that the U.S. population went like this, right? Wouldn't it naturally also be the case that the population is going to have declines? I mean, isn't that what it does?
100%, 100%, Josh.
So then, why is it that we think that that the birth rate problem is a problem? We waited about 25 years, right? Wouldn't the economy match up with the population one way or the other?
Well,
because our economy is designed in a way where we have to always consume. Our economy is designed in a way where it has to go up always. We're not even allowed to just be like, hey, you know what? We maintained for a couple of years. That gets people fired.
Go ahead.
Help me understand. Is U.S. economy based on domestic consumption or domestic and global consumption?
Global consumption, which is encompassing of all.
So as long as the rest of the world is consuming, what's the problem?
Well, because then it's not just, it's the allocation of resources. So for example, right, when you look at the total population of humanity, nobody can make the argument that we're overpopulated, right? If you compare human population to the resources now, for example, Americans routinely, on average, throw away about 40% of our food every year. You know how many countries that could be?
I agree. Give me an example.
The problem is,
give me an example of what you meant by allocation. Like what? Give me an example of what would be allocated.
So, for example, like a person even in a second world country like Bulgaria is still going to have more access to fresh resources than, say, somebody struggling in Niger or Burkina Faso, which is a landlocked country. You get what I mean?
I meant domestic allocation.
I got pushback, but go ahead.
So, like, for example, the domestic allocation. A lot of our areas are centralized around the metro areas, right? So a lot of our big healthcare systems, for example, are in the urban areas, and so a lot of the allocation gets funneled into the metro areas with the larger population, which always leads to the rural populations always having a lack of funding when it comes to things like healthcare, which their hospitals are always going down, which
what if we disagree
things like infrastructure?
Yeah, what if we disagree with universal health care and or universal or like a universal basic income? What if we just disagree with those positions as a general rule?
I would say based on what? Because do you consider, for example, food stamps could be considered UBI? It's just allocated differently.
I would oppose that, but when I say universal basic income,
but rural farmers, you know this, Josh. A lot of rural farmers are on food stamps.
Yeah. We would absolutely, or at least my side of the aisle kind of opposes that and subsidies, right? But the government wants corn; they're going to subsidize corn that year, right? Like it is just what they do. but we oppose subsidies, but also the same concept as seems like it would be more simple if you just let people sink because they failed. If your family fails economically, why is that anybody else's problem? And if they seek help, right, it's not like there's not institutions out there, the church or you know, whatever local community, right? If a local community is great at what they do, then let them be the supporters, right? Why does somebody on the other side of the country have to assist?
So what you're just
because we've
describing is the
reached
basic way that capitalism. Rogue, I'll let you respond real quick. I just wanted to answer that directly.
Yeah.
What you just described is the way that we were all sold growing up is how capitalism is supposed to work.
I don't think it's been that way for 100 years at least.
Josh, I'm just telling you how I'm only 38, bro. I'm telling you how people grew, how it was sold to the American people. All right. So when you got it marketed that way, and then you realize it's not like that whatsoever, that, for example, the 2008, that's not the first time the government's bailed out.
Well, what do you mean marketed that way, right? Like we were marketed Santa Claus. Well, some of us were
I guess educated that way. I'll use a better term.
You mean like in the school system?
Yes, like, okay, so just for example, Josh, growing up, I was always taught that industries rise and fall under our system. Right?
Correct.
The free market.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That the government is supposed to stay out of the free market because staying out the free market is fair and competitive. Are we tracking?
Yeah, with the exceptions of with the exceptions when factories pollute or whatever the hell.
So
whatever regulations that they go after.
Josh, would it help for you to I was born in the late 80s, 87 to be exact. And so that's the education I'm rolling with.
Yeah, same.
Okay. So, right, free, fair market, at least the concept of it. In reality, the concept of it. But in reality, in practice, what we have is a whole bunch of corporations, a whole bunch of companies who, without government subsidies, would absolutely fail all on their own. Do we agree there?
Some of them, yeah. Well, okay. So, like, say the 2008 banking, basically the real estate market crash, right?
The Wall Street bailout, yeah.
Yeah, we kind of understand, like, we kind of disagree with it, right? Except for the one thing that we hated was if the lending systems went up, right? Because that's what our economy was based off of, was lending, right? So naturally they're going to go in and defend it, right? Or at least try to prop it up the best they could. Right? Now we'll get pissed off individually, like a bank got a bailout for it, right? Except for when it's gone, we would have complained about it even worse. It seems like asking people to be involved with this stuff, or at least an average everyday person to be involved with this stuff, is a bad idea.
Well, I mean, I think they're not involved enough.
Cool. Does the vast majority of society make good decisions or bad decisions? Well, think about this. Does the vast majority of society make good decisions or bad decisions?
It don't matter if you make a decision or bad decision. You're supposed
I'm
to
gonna be honest, Josh. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that.
I'm gonna say large part of the society probably make unfavorable decisions. But the thing is, that shows you how malleable the human psyche actually is, and as far as the government not being liable or whatever, in this country, we've reached a level towards where all of the objective social ills of any society can pretty much be neutralized, if not obliterated here. So this government has much accountability unto the people, the way that it is. I mean, you got to remember, from the people here was able to become such the world power that it is. So yeah, it's definitely an obligation. If there's not a necessity for families falling under, they shouldn't fall under. No family should fall under in this system. We've already reached a level where no fucking families. We've already reached a level where we should have universal income. We should have universal health care. We should have universal education. Our children or the young ones now in this day and time are arriving to college illiterate. Now think about that.
I got a question for the panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, Scam, you said you opposed something in the back. I don't want to move too far forward without you.
I actually forgot. I forgot a part of it, but question being, when I was 21 or 22, I read the book "Who Moved My Cheese." Highly recommended.
That's a good book.
When you find out that it is what it is and it's gonna be what it's gonna be, are you gonna keep beating that dead horse? At the end of the day,
yeah, most people are.
They're selling you the nightmare while they're buying the dream. And most people are selfish, but selling you on a fake community that doesn't exist. It's the same formula. I want to get rich, so I teach you how to get broke, and I get you for your money. This is not, and it's not just an America thing, because America's fiction, and they're selling you on how real it is, but it's fiction. Oh, that's what it was. I think, Tarus, you were talking about how the economy has to keep going up, 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 up. That's not these people's money. Whose money is that?
The individuals.
Yes, but they're selling you, for example, capitalism is founded on selling somebody else socialism that doesn't even exist. There's crooks up there. They're turning you into wannabe crooks. And then there's crooks next door onto your left and your right trying to go in your pockets, saying they're your friends. Like, I'm just not believing in buying the fake dream. Like, America's food is the best. That's a damn lie.
Yeah.
There's 5 times as much for the fake food. But they keep selling it. Our healthcare is the best. Fattest people you ever seen in your life. Fat, bloated, and swollen, probably got electric radiation in their kneecaps at 8 years old. But we the healthiest.
Diabetes.
God put everything here that we need to eat. Came from the earth, not the AutoZone parking lot. And there's the same medicine you can get overseas for $4. It's $78, 3 prescriptions, 4 doctor's appointments, and comes in a box. Why are people trying to buy and sell and market the fake dream? It's a lie.
Well, that's what consumerism is I'm selling something. You don't
But
really need it.
I think we're all aware that it's a lie. So why would we go to the liar and say, hey man, he's gonna give you another lie? That's what it's
because so Scam, the reason why is because unfortunately the liar also controls the infrastructure. Right. And that's the big problem. And
I get a part of it.
That actually I got to get this out, Josh, because I was trying to piece it together what you was saying, because it had me really like thinking and the hamster wheel spinning.
Well, I was just trying to understand the position.
Well, and I'm trying to understand it too. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, I'm like thinking out loud.
Fair.
And so it's like, that's what I had mentioned earlier is our economy and the global economy right now for the most part is designed to always go up. We can't be stagnant. And because we're always designed to go up, that means our birth rates always have to go up and maintain that. For the corporate,
go ahead.
For the corporate perspective, from the labor market perspective, the birth rates going down is a bad thing because the human capital, aka Rogue, what we was talking about just being itemized, right? Yeah. That human capital literally is the GDP. Right? Because that GDP, you got Scam, you're making that face, but you got to remember the tech bros today, the most important thing is us, because the most important resource now is data, right? It's our data that feeds the algorithm, that feeds what we watch, that feeds the ads, that feeds it right back to us. It's like a Ouroboros.
I got you, but you said the word we. That's part of the lie.
Well,
you got me?
We all live in this system, this car, whether we like it or not. We're all participating.
You got one of these, you add to it. Do you got?
No, you know what I mean. So just we. You know what
I mean? I got you part of the we, but the other side of the we, you ain't got no cell phone, you ain't got no money, you ain't part of the we. but they'll still tell you that you're part of the we and we doing something.
Right.
That's what I mean.
So my thing, Josh, is that knowing that we have this system that always has to require our consumption going up, it's almost as if I can't agree with your point about we should let some people fail or let some families fail, because as much as I would agree with that, the system would never allow that, because that's not how the system's designed.
The system does allow it.
The system does not allow that. We've already proven too many times, respectfully, Josh, we've already proven too many times there are absolutely corporations that are too big to fail. And even though there are some mom and pop farmers and agriculture spots that have been absolutely going bankrupt, the reality is for decades and continue to do so, we absolutely subsidize some farmers to literally not grow certain things.
Hold up. I can demonstrate how it doesn't particularly matter. So an example would be like the large corporations that you're talking about. I'm assuming that's who you mean. The corporations are the ones that wouldn't allow it fail. Ford went to Europe. I don't know how many years ago. 1994. I think it was 1994. That was the year that Ford merged with Mazda, right? The idea of going out of country, both to take advantage of their consumerism, because the rest of the world was slowly getting into more and more consumerism, right? And the fact that we were producing would imply that companies can go overseas quite often. And just for the record, right, I work for Department of State. That's what we do, is sit on top of corporations that do trades with each other. There are literally thousands and thousands of, well, I'm in Vietnam currently, hence why the crazy time change, right? But there's thousands and thousands and thousands of corporations that go outside of U.S. soil to conduct business. So where they can pull up their resources would be like the problem with immigration, right? Most people like hate the idea of immigration, but the corporations kind of tend to love it only because they can combat with like the $20 an hour work wage, right? Why there? When I come to Vietnam, and I think the minimum wage, they don't have an hourly rate. They do everything by salary, but I think it calculates out to something like 32 cents an hour. That's effectively what it costs to employ a factory worker here. And if you look at it, like most of our clothes, right? You look at the tags made in Vietnam, right? We have no problems with replacing people. It's not so much, if you mean by people as in general with like a global sphere, fine, yes. But if you just mean American people, no. Corporations don't have any nationalistic interest once they get to a certain point. Old man Ford was crazy nationalistic. Had he kept his way, Ford would have never gone to Europe. But because, he died off and other people replaced him, Ford, the company, eventually went off to Europe, as it would be, because the whole goal within corporations is to make money.
And Josh, I think that's where, because I am talking about from the global perspective, because no, I don't think any of our corporations are nationalists in principle. I wish we had a constitution that said, hey, our corporations had some sort of responsibility to their local community. I wish there was something like that. But as our country exists today, I've said that already on the stream, Josh, our corporations exist solely to create profit, no matter where the hell that happens to be.
Fact.
All right. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is those corporations are too big to fail, and they have an interest on not having the people fail because they need the bodies.
Sure.
You get what I mean? Again, it's just from a pure labor perspective.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? There's a resource of bodies outside of U.S. soil, so why would they need us if they have somebody else? Especially
because Josh, if you're in Vietnam, and Josh, you're in Vietnam, so you also see Vietnam, Cambodia, the Philippines, and China. They're also building a middle class, and so now where the corporations trying to go? They're trying to go more into the Bangladesh or the Sri Lankas, or maybe now they're trying to go into, right? You see, they're always going to try to go to the cheapest labor area possible.
Correct. So like what's pulling out of China currently, what's pulling out of China is going toward Mexico. I guess I think they won the bidding
Something
war
like that, yeah.
mostly. Yeah. But at least for the large scale manufacturing, right? And that's it's a cycle. It is what it is. But I guess I don't understand the prescription part, right? What prescription could you possibly give to that system to, I guess, fix it to a direction? I don't think it's a problem, right? But whatever you say is a problem, what prescription?
I think this was more of what Rogue was getting at, and it is because as of right now, there is no prescription because we are ran as an LLC, not as an actual government.
So do you want to, do you as a citizen, like an average citizen, do you want to own your own business?
I want citizens to be able to own a healthy amount of the
what does that mean, healthy amount?
Okay. Hold on, because I know where he's going with this, Rogue.
Whatever the citizens demand. The issue is that the citizens are losing their agency. Whatever it means to be a citizen is waning. We call it that now, as if everything else hasn't undergone some form of an evolution or devolution.
So it's a framing problem. What do you mean by like a healthy amount of whatever?
One person cannot put that together.
Well, so what does it mean if it's unimaginable?
It's not unimaginable. One, it's already supposed to be an option for the public to be able to own a healthy amount of the society and not have.
Yeah, I don't know what healthy amount means.
And don't get caught up on the healthy amount. Get caught up on the fact that you got these corporations that are taking complete ownership of essential goods and services. The private sector is becoming more of a governor style of ruler.
Can you give an example of what that is?
More than the government that's supposed to be there to fucking represent the people.
Can you give me an example?
Quit acting brand new to this shit, bro.
No, can you give me an example, right? Because you're framing of saying in a way that I don't comprehend. Can you give me an example of a corporation that owns
the vote?
So we're gonna get other people involved, but Josh, I gave an earlier example earlier in the stream. I know you wasn't up here, but one of the examples I think was we allow corporations to own too much of our critical infrastructure.
Like
compared to other, like our oil.
It's a simple concept.
Oil's not owned by one industry.
I know. Well, first off, you mean one sector. The oil industry, most of the oil industry is private. Josh, I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to answer your question since you're asking for an example.
Okay.
Our oil infrastructure is privatized and is maintained by the private corporations, whether that's Chevron, ExxonMobil, whoever the multiple oil executives are, right? They have known for 30-something years that we needed to renovate our oil facilities in order to produce the crude oil. As you know, Josh, we export.
That's the part that I'm failing to understand. Within your example,
Josh, it's very so.
Josh, Chevron,
what I'm saying is that
two, so it's not one.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, Josh, should not be, private corporations should not be allowed to own critical aspects of our infrastructure, especially since it's going to take taxpayer money to maintain it, and especially if they're not doing a good job of maintaining it.
You mean subsidies?
Hey, Tarus, let me make it more simple.
Well, guess what? If we own the critical, Josh, if we own the critical infrastructure, and I'm gonna let you know this right now, Josh, and then we're gonna move on. I want to live in a country where the government owns the critical infrastructure, and we don't have to subsidize corporations for anything, because corporations should exist in a free market where, guess what? If you need government subsidies, then you're not running your business properly.
Well, hold on.
Anton, go ahead. What do you got for us?
What he was saying about
go ahead, Teresa.
I thought you said scam.
No, go ahead, scam. My bad.
Go ahead, scam.
The simple concept he's talking about, corporations owning the government. Elon was the president of the United States for a few months. He private. He ain't supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Healthcare is run by corporations. It's not run by medical, by science. No, it's run by money.
By 7 corporations.
Education is not run by teachers, by PhDs. It's run by cashier. Oil,
Facts.
the military. How about this? Every damn thing. Food is supposed to be farmers. It's supposed to come from the earth. Instead, it's run and made in AutoZone parking lot. Should I keep going?
Yeah, except for they're not monopolies.
Honestly, what isn't run by a corporation, or what doesn't have somebody's hands digging in the
I
pocket?
think is about 7. Oil
Healthcare
industry
is
is about
about
4,
death.
maybe 5, depending if you want to count them. Right? They're not one industry or one corporation. They're multiple corporations.
Right.
We don't have monopolies.
It's a
until we
simple
start
concept.
tech. That's because technology.
Josh,
has
hold,
to
Josh,
catch up.
hold, wait. Josh,
It's
do
a
you support
Y'all got it.
subsidy in general? Are you cool with subsidies?
I'm only cool with
privatized
subsidies.
company-
Hold up. I'm only
Go
cool
ahead.
with subsidies when it's in the case that it's in the best interest of the economy. An example would be like in 2008 when the lending organizations got bailed out. The reason why we bailed the lending corporations out was because so much of us as individuals rely heavily on lending. We love credit cards like crazy. We love the fact that we can buy a house for like $200,000. We need a mortgage system
to the public that engages it for patronage.
Josh, I think you're missing it.
Your market is not supposed to be toxic to you. Okay, it's not.
No. Toxic to the
your market is
lower
not
class.
supposed to be predatory. It's not. Your market is
Oh, no,
supposed
I
to. Your
disagree.
market is supposed. I know you disagree.
Because that's the whole competition.
Not
that's
surprised.
the idea of
Not surprised. But hold up. But hold up. Remember when you came up, actually disputing the claim as far as the birth numbers being at.
I don't consider it to be a problem.
I know you don't, but this is the issue. Why do so many other nations do? Britain does. Korea does.
No.
South Korea does. Japan does.
They don't.
Hold up.
They
Hold up.
talk
Hold up.
about
Hold
it
up.
in the same way that we
Josh,
talk about it.
Josh,
Hold up.
Josh,
You're
hold on.
one
You just said lending's
mother-
supposed to be predatory.
Fucker, motherfucker. China does.
All competition is
we're
predatory.
we're talking the entire leadership of other nations. Just because you don't believe it. Why not?
Why do I
Your
not?
own nation does. Your own nation does. Yeah, give me an example
The
of
United
why you
States
don't.
does what? Claim that
does
there's a
what?
problem? No.
Yes, the
it
same
doesn't.
as all these other nations. Yes. Where you been?
No. The countries themselves don't say that there's a population problem. They say
What
they
is
talk about
the
birth rate
example that
problem
you have to
because
prove 7+ nations wrong?
what government organization has laid claim to there becoming a birth rate problem?
You
that
asking
needs
a
to be
question with a
tended to?
question. Give me your
Yes.
example.
What government agency?
That's a question.
You're saying that it happens. That
I'm
my
asking
government.
you to make a statement with an answer that has a.
Oh, okay.
period
The
at
answer
the
is
end,
it
motherfucker.
doesn't. The answer is it doesn't.
Why?
I'm just
and
gonna
why?
boldface.
Why?
Yeah, I'm just gonna boldface
why,
disagree
Why
with the
does it
claim.
not? Why doesn't I know? Now you're getting very
Because
subjective.
because the United States isn't suffering a population problem.
Okay. It will say that it is. All right. It said it is. Just
Who
like
is
Britain.
they? Who is
Just
they?
like Britain. Just like Britain. Just
Who
like
is
China.
they?
You're
You're
one
naming
per-
countries. Within
You're
those
one
countries,
person.
there's somebody inside of
Wait
it.
a
There's
minute.
some
How
government
can all of
branch
us
that
be
lays
within
claim to the
this
problem.
same
Who is
reality,
that branch?
perceiving the same information, right? You
Yeah,
can
yeah.
encounter the
You're just
specialists
stating
of
a
other
thing. You haven't
nations
pointed to the thing that it is.
aligning themselves with, you know what, due to the way of how our economic system has structured the value and the social order and the social relations between men and women, it is negatively affecting economy. It is negatively affecting our population. It is negatively affecting social harmony.
Lots of things-
all
lots of
of
things
this
have
is tied
negative
into
effects.
it. But apparently you live in such a bubble, as Terrell was saying earlier. You live in such a bubble that you're not even in no vicinity to any of this? None.
Huh? No, okay.
Well,
Your
well,
premise,
very
your
interesting.
starting premise is that
Very
government, aka the United States, is
Very
claim that there's a
interesting.
problem. Except for you haven't pointed to
Give
any
me an
agency that's saying
example
that
and
it's a
shut the
problem.
fuck up.
You're
Don't
just
tell me what
saying
I'm
that it's a
saying.
problem.
Just give me an example. You start out saying, I don't believe it. Nobody want to hear that shit. This ain't no religion.
Starting with the government,
can't
you're
just
right. I
fucking
don't
wipe it
believe
away
it
and dismiss.
because you say it is, right? I
Fuck
need
outta
some kind
here.
of government
I'm
agency
not the only one that
stating
says it.
that it's a problem.
I'm not the only one that says it. Just because you don't want to believe it. All right, go tell that to South Korea.
Because you can't point
Tell
to
it,
anything.
tell that,
You're
tell
just
that, tell
saying
that to
what,
the myriad of South Koreans
some
who is
media or
reporting
some
it on
think
YouTube.
tank within a
With video
in this
journalism.
case, it's going to be pharmaceutical.
Tell it to the Japanese. They're on here as well. Tell it to the Chinese. They're on.
Josh,
they're on
one-
social
Josh,
media.
one
Chinese,
thing,
the
Josh.
Chinese are
Hey, hold on,
absolutely
guys.
complaining about their population
This
being
guy.
too much.
This cat. No,
Guys,
you're
guys.
in denial that white people, and you don't want to. That's what it is. It's your whiteness. You try to protect your
White
pluralism.
people.
Yeah, because y'all suffering the worst of it, motherfucker. So here you
Oh,
are in
my
all this
Lord.
denial. Here you are in all this denial.
Yeah,
you want to
that's
say that
what
no.
it is. That's what
You
it
want to
is.
say that
Because you can't
nobody
point
is
to a
suffering it,
government
so that you don't
agency-
have to look that shit in the mirror.
Be-
That's what
because
it
you
is.
can't
Why you
point
got
to a
all this
government
fear?
agency, it's got to be
Why
the
you got
white
all?
people.
Wait a
I
minute.
got
Why
it.
you got
I
all
it.
this
I it.
fear?
Guys,
Why you got
hold
all
on,
this
hold on.
fear? Because I named more than
If-
just white people before.
No. You haven't named anybody other than people's
Stop
opinions,
it.
right?
Stop
People's
it.
opinions are majority
it.
wrong, as you've already admitted.
This is the issue. You only want your perspective of reality to be the main one, no matter for
There's
fact
no
or for some fucking
perspective
default.
of it. It's
And because you
basically
think that you represent
claiming
some
that
government,
there's a
or
problem
whatever.
that there isn't.
Get out of here, bro. Get out of here.
The
You're
United
being
States
obtuse.
Here's the
could tank
thing.
down
You're
to
being
160
obtuse.
million
Intentionally
people, and it would be a
obtuse.
problem.
You're being obtuse. Stop
No,
it.
the
Guys.
United States could tank
You're
up
wrong.
to 160
Stop
million population. It still wouldn't be a problem
Stop it.
because we already addressed this issue long
Stop
time ago
it.
with
Stop
labor
it.
by
Don't run
importing
from the truth.
immigration.
Hey, don't run from the truth, man. Come on now.
I
You're
mean,
just-
hey,
Don't run
so
from the
here's the thing.
The bitch
I'm
Jean's
struggling,
hard, your ass.
and I'm trying to have this argument in good faith, Josh. Because
Okay.
earlier you made the claim, and I thought we were in agreement that you like competition, the free
Yes.
market.
yes.
Well, that inherently goes against picking winners and losers, which is exactly what we did in 2008.
We did. The problem is we worked in a system, in this case, the lending organization that we're all accustomed to. If we were to instantly, like tomorrow, shut down the lending system, let's say mortgages, right? You couldn't get a home mortgage, right? We would absolutely crash out and have nothing to rely on. Like, so for at
Josh,
least for generation,
We
people wouldn't be able to buy
already
houses.
crashed, respectfully, Josh. And I know this is not
Yes,
your
you
fault. This
crashed.
is not anybody's fault. We already crashed, which means we were already in the position to hold people accountable and to make the changes. Like, because
No,
let's
it
be
was
clear,
set up to
that crash happened.
because it was already subsidized to basically take its rate system and lower it down to fit more people in with it. What we ended up
no.
doing was helping people we should have never helped with loans.
That's
They should have
that-
never
makes-
got loans. in
it
the
makes
first
no
place.
sense.
But what I'm saying is
That
it
makes no
makes no
sense.
sense to bail out the credit
The
companies
lending
either.
corporation ain't just
The lending
mortgage, right? If JC Morgan goes out, like if it goes out just on their home, like their lending system,
Josh, you're on some
it
dust
doesn't
right
take
now.
out just homes. It takes out your consumerism, your local. You
But
can't,
Jo-
you can't just change one of them.
Josh, 07, 08 crash that led all the way up into, we were already there. What you're describing is what happens in an economic crash, and that already happened.
Right.
So
How
isn't
did
that
we
the
get
time?
there? Was
Josh,
it the case? Was it the case that
Josh,
in the
you walked yourself
2008
into a dust
government
pit.
Josh,
basically
come here.
told these
I'm
lending
saying-
institutions
what I'm
to
saying-
lend to people they shouldn't have lended to?
Josh, please listen. What I'm saying is the people already lost
Come
their
here,
home.
Josh. You
So-
dust.
No, the
Isn't it-
people would have
Look,
never
Josh.
gotten their homes in the first place if you'd have gone back 10 years ago and not let the government actually change the banking system.
But since
Didn't you say you believed in predatory lending?
scam,
Yes,
hold on.
I believe in
Huh?
predatory systems across the board.
Josh, since it happened anyway, since the loans happened anyway, and
They
people
didn't just
lost their
happen
homes
anyway.
anyway.
The government basically
Okay,
told them to.
Josh, please. I don't want to mute you, please. because it happened anyway, isn't the 07, 08 crash the perfect time, since everybody already lost their shit, to go ahead and let those businesses fail since they were already failing, because the free market capitalism does what it does? There's now a void, another business will come and fill it.
There's more to
Why
it than
did
that.
we have to go and bail them out? That goes against free market
it wouldn't
principles.
have affected, because it wouldn't have affected just loans.
No,
like
it's
home
another
loans.
reason, but it's another conversation.
It's another
Why they
system
bailed it
that's
out.
incorporated.
But
in
hold
there.
on,
And it didn't
Josh.
just
Josh, you
whatever
dusted.
happened.
Josh, you said you believe in predatory lending.
Yes.
Then you said the people shouldn't have been in them loans in the first place.
They shouldn't have
Then
been.
you're
The
against them
government.
being bailed out.
Okay. What
What are
led
you
to the
on?
2008 market crash? What happened with all of these loans?
A lot of bad
people
loans, a lot
defaulting on
of
these
bad
loans?
consumer debt, a lot of bad
Right,
consumer
and Josh is
Right, right, right.
supporting the back.
We
He's
agree,
supporting
right?
the very thing.
What provided that incentive? It was the government
Greed.
in the beginning. They told these banks, look,
All right, now you're just saying
we need more
anything.
homeowners. You need to fucking start giving out more lending. So they
That's not
created
true.
the problem, and then they were required to fix the problem. The only problem that I disagree with the fixing problem isn't that it would take out the mortgage system, right? It would have also taken out the credit card systems, your personal lending systems.
That's not the reason
It
they
would
were
have taken
bailed
that
out.
out too, or at least had
But
a
you
horrible
skipped over-
negative effect that would have
You
changed the
skipped
entire
over
economy.
that you
of the
promoted
effect.
the problem and then tried to provide a solution. You
Well, no.
promoted
The
problem.
government provided. No. The government made a demand probably because people wanted it or complained about it. The government,
Just throwing anything
government,
out
and I'm
there.
assuming at the bids of the people that wanted it, said, "Hey, look, we got to have more home loans," and so they created a
And
thing
Josh,
10 years
and
prior
Josh,
that led
I'm
to
gonna ask-
2008.
And
I can
since
point to it if you need
tanked,
to.
and since everything failed and everybody lost their shit,
Greed feeders.
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't that be the perfect time?
No, you would take
The
it out
whole-
at its height, not its. No, you would take it out at
Hey,
its
Tarus,
peak,
for
not
other
its-
reasons you
not its
for
bottom.
other reasons you
we're
can't do
already
that.
at rock bottom.
We're
And
not
that's
at rock
not the
bottom.
perfect dog.
You,
That-
Tarus,
he
you
was
can't
at-
do that. I can
No, we're
explain
not
it if
at
you want
rock
me to.
bottom. And if you want to take out a system, you take it out at its
I'm
peak.
not
at its
talking
top.
about again. See, we have a mistranslation here.
Okay.
The companies got bailed out. I don't stop. We bailed out the companies. What I'm saying is, don't bail out those shitty companies with the shitty business practices that got them asking for taxpayer
The
money to
government
begin with.
created those shitty business practices.
Josh, are you saying there won't be other loan companies that will come up and rise out of their fucking ashes?
No, because they
So,
wouldn't.
so industries don't
In
rise and fall. That's
2008,
false.
the answer would have been no. And you would have had a much bigger problem than home loans. You would have had personal loan systems, aka credit card
This
systems.
argument is
itself
off
would
the
probably
track.
tank.
This argument, no, scam. This argument
I can
is
explain it if you want.
exactly no scam. This argument is exactly why the Western Europeans and the Scandinavian countries do it way better than we do, because
Except
this
for
entire
They're
system,
coming here.
this entire actually they're not. This entire
They are.
system is built on a house of cards, bro.
Facts.
Like there's so much horse
That's part of Tarus. That's
make-believe
part of
that
the,
gotta go into making
that's
this
part of the
shit
other
work, bro.
conversation. That's part of the other conversation. But I'll say it quick. The same reason when SPX falls, it has to go back up. If the banking in 2008 collapsed and they didn't find a way of fixing it, people would never put their money in banking again, and they can't let that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Just like SPX must go up by any means necessary, because if it collapses and doesn't, people will not put their money back in there again.
It's like the drink
And they
depression
know
all
it.
over again.
Yes.
And there's other stuff I won't say on here in the public,
Wow.
but they know it.
Hey, guys, look, we're
It's
gonna get
based
into
on people buying into this. Okay, if people stop believing in fake socialism and really believe that healthcare was a lie, it would collapse just like that. And it would have to make real food within a matter of 2 weeks. They can't let that happen.
Well, I agree with
Every one of these systems works like that. Am I wrong?
That's
No, you're not wrong.
not exactly.
You're
No.
not wrong.
Imagine the military. If the military really decided, look, man, this what do you call it? Government shutdown. If the military said, "Hey, bro, shut us down one more time and watch what happens," do you think they would get paid or not?
We've had government shutdowns every 2 years for the last.
Let the military stay up and say, you know what? Shut us down and watch what we do.
Exactly.
I bet you they'll get paid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but wait a minute.
yeah,
What could they do? what would they do? What could they do? What could they do? What you mean? What as far as turn on the country? As far as try to send ballistics off his sign?
Okay. If the world got news, the military said we ain't coming to work tomorrow, and we ain't coming next week either. Do you think when you hit the light switch, the light's gonna come on?
Of course.
Do you think when you talk to Echo, it's gonna be in English?
I mean, but that's something essential. I don't view them as just a random factor that you could insert within that equation.
No, it's just an example.
Very specifically.
It's just an example. Meaning, we're not putting our money into this SPX at all no more. None of us. What would happen in 2 weeks? Probably even less than that. That can't happen. We're not buying this food at all. We're gonna farm our own. We're done. We ain't buying from Target at all. None of us.
Right. But you're talking the value. You're talking the value pivot. And that could be seen as an economic, model, I guess, a strategy model, if you will.
Yeah,
but,
you get my point. You get my point, though.
Yeah, I get your point. But the thing is, what is it that is taking the people to take those type of measures? What are they interacting with or encountering that is causing them to make such measures and stick with them? Because I mean, look,
it's a deeper
you'd have had expose after expose within the last year. I mean, they'd have told motherfuckers UFOs. They'd have told you about, I don't know, aliens. They'd have told they didn't said the.
They done brought out the woodwork,
vaccine.
bro, trying to tell us on everything, dog.
Yeah, they're telling you now. They told you about Epstein shit. They're telling you now that it is an illusion, right? We are in a 3D simulator. They letting all this shit know. Now I forgot.
They're spilling all the tea.
Yeah, that's the whole reason. It is what is the incentive of the people to make any type of move in their on their benefit, on their objective civic benefit, if none of that spurred, you know what I'm saying, a guillotine ethos, if you will. You know what I'm saying? I think the people have actually lost their guillotine ethos.
The problem is there's 2 sandwiches in the refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
There's
12.
water that works, there's technology, and there's a TV show on. So therefore, good enough that you're not willing to go cut somebody and make something happen. That's
Rogue, Anton, Josh, Scam. This conversation has really highlighted, I think, one of a very unfortunate reality of, I'm not going to say our Constitution. I think our motherboard, aka our Constitution, is strong, but a lot of the software and other components needs to be upgraded.
Seriously upgraded.
Because this system, the operating system, it's not worth salvaging at this point. I don't know. Think about it. What we're talking about is a functional, dysfunctional system. That's the best case scenario, is a functioning, dysfunctional system. There has to be a better way. That's not giving up. That's not saying, right? Because we're all, by the way, ain't none of us saying we're bolting like fucking the hardcore patriots always fucking criticize their country, right or wrong. You know what I mean? You're gonna stick through it. That's not giving up, but that is saying that at some point we have to consider that the operating system itself needs to change, because, guys, at what point, what are we actually fixing?
Hey, Tarus,
Corporate efficiency for accumulation.
it's not about fixing. Fixing is the lie that they keep. Okay, Tarus.
Everybody got point. Scam. That's the whole point. We got to fix it.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah.
But the bigger problem, people are very comfortable, and I'll plead guilty my own self. Part of it, people are too comfortable. Two, people aren't willing to go all the way, or people who would like to go all the way know that the person to the left, to the right, they ain't going there with them. So you're asking the people who want to go 1 on 466, and they're not going to do it. And if they did go 1 on 466, they get slaughtered in 2 minutes and probably even end up worse. Because now they don't exist and their family's leaking. What did you really fix? Because the goal of any conflict is to win, or any fight, any whatever. Or if it's a meeting and you're trying to sell something, the goal is to win. Does that make sense?
It does, but this isn't primarily a physical conflict. It's being played out in the physical. This is
not necessarily. I was just using it as an example about the physical.
Yeah, because this is a conflict of the immaterial, and the immaterial being made into being, or I guess embodied, or placed into forms either beneficial or non-beneficial for either the parties or the corporations, the consumers / citizens, or the government, or what? I don't even know what the hell this government is. I'm 47. I've been watching this shit for a long time.
Bro, no one does, bro.
This is a chameleon.
Oh, Josh, you're on some dust. But I didn't get into it in detail. But overall,
I'm coming back up. Just let me have my smoke. I'm coming back. I don't smoke on camera. I got a weird rule about that.
Okay. Well, I'll say it anyway. You advocated for predatory lending, then complained about predatory lending.
Come get his ass.
The answer is no, Josh. No, just no. Then blame it on the people.
I have no complaint about predatory lending. I don't have any complaint about any system that's predatory. By definition, when you have a population that consumes and a population that produces, the producing population is going to take as much advantage as they possibly can against the consuming population. This is definitionally what capitalism is. There's no moral claims in it, right? What you guys are doing, and I kind of agree with the concept, is it ought not happen because we ought care about more people, but we don't.
I think I actually get what you're saying. Because you're saying that we're still pushing the dream that's a lie, which was the very first thing that I said.
I think so. Right? I don't know what the dream is, right? But I think so.
The dream is technically a form of socialism.
The dream isn't a lie. It's just that it's not your dream. You're buying into the American dream. You're purchasing into the American dream. It's a lifestyle.
I think I get
we got to remember
saying.
The American dream.
Not in that form, but I get
always
what you're saying, bro.
The American dream is not a standardized dream. The American dream is whatever your individual dream of who you want it to be is. Right. And the problem is that as a collective, that's being ripped away from more and more Americans. The ability to have that agency. You get what I mean? And that's the big thing, is why, guys, I don't know if the current system, again, if there's anything to salvage. Because, again, if we fix the current system, it is designed to be a monopsony, aka a monopoly, which is a small group of people that own a bunch of shit.
No, there's a part of it that's salvageable. We still do have at least the opportunity. How can I say it? The bad part is that we start off in the default programming, but we still have some opportunity to participate in free enterprise. We can develop something and sell it and go make $4 million and buy land and do something, but though we still have to operate in a system. Does that make sense? We can't flip the pie. We can't cook the pie, but we can get very large pieces out of the pie that actually do matter, where most places you can't. Does that make sense?
Yes. However,
For example, at the lower level, me and you have green privilege. Now, yes, it's not perfect. Yeah, they can flip and do some shady, but we're able to at least get green privilege.
so one of the big things that we're clearly having a conflict here in America is when we're talking about freedom. Notice how everything in America, the first aspect of freedom is always from an entrepreneur perspective. Whereas when you look at other countries and they talk about freedom, or I hate always having to go to our Western European counterparts, but we're a Western society. That's basically our mirror. You get what I mean? That's our ancestral cousins.
Use an opposite
culturally.
Use an opposite country.
When I look at when I look at those countries, healthcare is considered a right. Right? Certain things are considered a right that has nothing to do with corporate interest. Whereas here, your access to healthcare is solely dependent on your paycheck. Right? And so is that really freedom, or is that just an illusion of comfort?
It's partial freedom.
Because think about it, like the only way you're really protected in America is if you own an LLC. Because then you have an entity that you can offload everything and not have your personal property be affected by the law.
Wait, protected from what?
But you still registered at like Jay Speed always tells me. Though we like to have the concept of freedom I always talk about is more spiritual and some other stuff anyway. Like as you take care of yourself. But at the end of the day, 99% of what we do has to operate within the system, including that LLC.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
And healthcare, go ahead.
Hold up. Remain confident. Again, you're protected with the Second Amendment respectfully. The Second Amendment has been the best tool for American containment in global history. Do you understand? We are more of a danger to each other than the government could ever hope to be if they ever wanted to have boots on the ground. We kill each other at such an astronomical rate that the government doesn't have to do a takeover. We already took ourselves over. Okay, like let's cut that out. Go ahead, Skip.
No, I was gonna say even Second Amendment. I lived in Maryland during the stretch, and I could have one, but I can't carry, really. So even that's flawed. But that operates within a system. Everything still is going to operate with the system. You can get freer, you can feel free, you can get forms of freedom, but everything still has its limits. And it still has to operate under the system.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what the fuck is the utility of human social equity? Meaning, like, what humans are supposed to be able to continuously gain, not necessarily consume, but continuously gain. That's how we get better. That's how we got to being a civilized sort, if you will, because it wasn't always.
Because the problem is that we keep telling each other, Rogue, especially in this country, that we can do whatever we want instead of being realistic. No, you can't fucking own everything. Yeah. You're not entitled to everything. There's certain restraints. Everybody, even the wealthy people, gotta abide by a certain mechanism and a certain system. But that's not the reality, because we see, Rogue, so many people be like, yo, I want that over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you know what they do? Rogue? They be like, well, shit.
Flavors of it. You got all 9 flavors.
Hey, Truth, check the back.
Yep. Because guess what? Rogue, Anton, Scam, Josh. They say Antarctica don't belong to anybody. Wait till that motherfucker melts and watch how many people start claiming that shit. Watch how many corporations start run into them areas and start claiming mineral rights.
Tarus, check
and
the
them
back.
sorts of shit. Oh shit. Anton. Bro, he's
Gone.
John. Oh my God.
I feel bad for him. I actually feel really bad for him. Either we bored him to death or he worked his ass off all day and he's tired. Either way,
gonna
I
be
feel
all
bad.
right.
Man. Clearly, that's a work man. Yo, I'm finna mash out too. I gotta hit the clinic in the morning. So
Yeah,
how
guys,
y'all
let's
sleep?
get our final thoughts. It's 1:40. I told y'all, my bad, guys. Audience, I told y'all I wanted to keep these streams to like an hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours tops. And y'all be making me be up here crazy ass hours.
No, this is my fault. This is my fault because I'm fundamentally questioning a premise. This is my fault.
Oh, that's fine. I like we don't do echo chambers around here, so we need to be challenged, even if what does this dude say? DEA. What the? Anyway,
Look at the name.
so Rogue, what's your final thoughts, man?
I mean, I think it's an interesting ride. Thanks for the sharpening, the hospitality. I think what we're looking at is, as my wood partner would say, the death throes of white supremacy. And there's a white man saying this, so I'm like, all right, then I can understand it. But it's interesting to see how many folks wishes actually hold on to such a system. And I don't think it was just a white supremacist system. I think it was more of a white value system. The whole supremacy thing, that's like being an alpha. You can't claim supremacy. You just are supreme. It's a matter of being, not making yourself, right? So I think what it is that Western perspective of operating the nation has run its course. You either are going to have to pivot as a system, or you lose your system. You can't keep it no more. You done spent enough of the future in order to fuel the present. So, with that being said, again, thanks for the sharpen. Holla at y'all on the flip.
You got a channel you want to plug, Rogue?
Man, I'm restricted off YouTube. I got a channel, but you know what I'm saying, they don't be rocking with me on there. But I'm doing what I do. Check me out.
Put your channel in back chat. Put your channel in back chat.
It's called Reading Game though, with Roger's son. You know what I'm saying? I play on Reading Rainbow. Shout out to LeVar Burton. But it's Reading Game though with Roger's son. So
I'd like to have
Hey, man.
yeah,
It was nice meeting you for the first time. This was awesome. Thanks for rocking with me. You know what I mean? I can't wait to have you again, bro.
All right, then. Holla at you, Scam. Peace, Josh.
So,
Peace.
Scam, what you got for us, bro?
real simple. Complaining doesn't do much work if it's not backed with action. The first thing you can do is start fixing on yourself. If you got unresolved trauma, if you are 386 pounds, if you're eating raw bacon juice and food that comes out the AutoZone parking lot, if you're smoking, drinking, and injecting tar into your veins, that ain't the government. That's you. You can stop doing that.
My smoke, man. God damn.
See what we're talking about? Really? $11 for a box of cigarettes when you can drink some free water. We got to make better decisions ourselves first, because government ain't gonna fix that. They're actually gonna profit off of it. But I can go all day about with all this system, that system, and they are what they are. What can you do yourself to make sure that you and your family and your people live the best life possible while you're gonna be here? And extend your life by drinking some of this right here, water. But that's a whole nother time. I ain't gonna go on in detail. Accept reality and then change your reality. And then that'll help change the environment around you. That's all I got. Oh, one more thing. To all the single ladies out there, if your man ain't loving you right,
Oh my God.
I can be reached at 838-888-5555 scam. I'll rub your shoulders down. Oh yeah.
Scam. Any channel you want to plug, dog? Where do you go?
I've been saying I'm gonna open my channel back, but I'm probably not gonna do it. No time soon.
All right, well, Scam. Hey, thanks for coming up, man. You know you're always welcome, man. Thanks for rocking out with us, man. Hopefully, see you next week, bro.
All right,
You have a
cool.
good one.
You have a good one.
Josh, man, what you got for us, bro?
First, I want to say how much I miss Scam. I haven't seen Scam in probably 8-9 months, right? But I really miss Scam. It's just always been hilarious having him around. It was good to meet Rogue. I actually want to have a conversation with him. I just catch him at the wrong times, apparently. My final thoughts, I'm unconvinced that the system is broken. I understand what other people want, right? Basically, people want more and more and more natural position to have. I think we're a replication of the Roman Empire. I think is what Rogue probably might have been discussing, like in the concept of where we came from and where we're going to. So I don't disagree with the system of change, right? The Roman Empire switched over a few times before it became what it became, right? I think we're just the next Roman Empire. But I fundamentally disagree with the idea that the system is broken. It's just not what some people want. Ultimately boils down to the haves versus the have-nots. If you're in the have-not class, you're complaining about what you don't have and blaming the haves. That simple.
You got a channel you want to plug, anything like that, man?
I hang around in a few other channels. There's no reason to plug them, right? So there's nothing for me to plug. Plug Rogue. Somebody link his chat or link his channel so I can find it real quick if at all possible.
Also, we gotta meet you. I see you on Hamp's channel. This might be risky.
Every once in a while, I'm over there.
Yeah.
It just depends on what the topic is.
Yeah, man. Hey, appreciate it. I am, as you know, or as you can tell, very passionate, but I like to talk about the topic. You know what I mean?
We need to have a conversation. We need to have this conversation again, a 2.0 version. Start over, keep it at the basics, right? So I can kind of understand what direction you're pointing at to understand where the direction you're going. 2.0 version of this same topic.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
We'll have this. We have this topic, this discussion often, so there'll definitely be plenty of opportunities, man. But it was good meeting you. It was good meeting you for the first time, man.
You too. You as well. You as well.
Yeah, so you have a good night, man.
Throw me down. Do your final thoughts. I want to hear this.
Guys, you know, we talk about if the system is repairable or not. Guys, we're all over the place because there are so many aspects of layers of our country, guys, that is just I don't know what's going on. I wanted to talk to you guys about this. ICE has spent $700 million of our money on these warehouses that they're now trying to sell, right? These warehouses, by the way, were for the immigrants that they were supposed to be rounding up. And now we don't need them anymore. By the way, fun fact, guys, if y'all haven't heard, Alligator Alcatraz has been shut down for a minute, right? We spent all this money and for really what? Right? We keep finding ways to justify a system that encourages the elite to privatize the profits and socialize the losses. right? We keep saying how important and how great our businessmen are, but our capitalists, our pro-growth, our Fortune 500 guys, our first trillionaire literally can't exist without taxpayer subsidies. We literally get certain industries subsidies to not grow certain things instead of helping them transform, right, or transition their farm into a sustainable crop, into a sustainable commodity. We instead subsidize them to stay stagnant, to never change. Even though one of the parts of being in a capitalist economy like ours is you as a business is supposed to adapt and evolve with the times. And if you fall behind because of your inability to do so, oh well. But instead, we absolutely live in a system where, no, if you have the right connections, no, you are too big to fail. No, you will get bailed out. No, you don't have to worry about changing. And I think that's one of the worst things that the elites probably should have done, and I'm glad they didn't, is they probably should have censored us hard in America. Because now we see what these so-called communists and socialists and all these other countries, we see what they're doing with their taxpayer money. And sure, I want to be clear, guys, there's a lot of fucked up countries out there. I absolutely am proud to be an American. Y'all know I was in the Army 8 years. I love my fucking country. Don't get it twisted. What's also true is that a lot of the problems we got in this country, other countries have already fucking solved. With way less people and way less fucking taxpayer revenue to get the job done. Our current system is so dysfunctional that it's now literally a Republican, Democrat, left or right issue about just getting our fucking roads fixed. Y'all understand that? We can't even get government to do its basic fucking job, no matter what country we would live in. Y'all understand that? North Korea's fucking basic fundamental job is to maintain the infrastructure. China's fundamental job, Russia's fundamental job, Germany, Japan, fucking Kenya, Nigeria, their fundamental job is to do what? That's undebatable. Maintain the infrastructure. That's literally that's a debate issue. That's a controversial issue here. But that's because, well, unfortunately, our country doesn't operate. We do have a country, we do have a government, but it is not designed, not anymore anyway, to operate as such. It is designed to, as a corporation, designed to consume and extract as much resources out of the native population as possible. And when that even looks like it starts to dry up, like parasites, they go to other countries in order to do the same thing and rinse and repeat. That is not a system worth saving. That is not a system worth salvaging. Yes, there are absolutely aspects of capitalism here in America that we can absolutely take into whatever new system we design. But the reality is, the birth rate topic, especially dealing with economics in this specific conversation, guys, is two different conversations depending on if you're talking about it from the supply side or you're talking about it from the social side. Because if you're just talking about it from you and me, our country, our world is not overpopulated. There's a lot of people who can make an argument that we could do with a lot less people. But in a system that is designed to always grow, to always consume, and not just consume at the same level, but to consume more every single time, to increase the efficiency and effectiveness in which we consume. That's why the birth rates are a problem. Because that right there is a massive barrier to that ever-growing system, that ever-growing machine. And so, guys, I just want to say, we are America. We are a melting pot. For God's sakes, let's start acting like that and pull in all the fucking good things that so many other countries do well and implement it here. It's not that we can't, it's simply that we don't feel like it. Let's be very clear about that. It's not that we can't. It's that our current leadership and our current structure, the way it's designed, we don't feel like it. We see other countries with universal health care. We see other countries with high-speed rail. We see other countries who maintain their roads and their bridges. We see other countries that have their education in order. Oh my God, Switzerland has just as much as a high gun ownership rate as Americans, and yet they have a way lower violence rate. But guess what, guys? If we took the laws in Switzerland and applied them here in America, a lot of y'all would be crying about communism. I am sick and tired of bailing out corporations who are literally going to brag in our faces, right? All the elites are then going to brag in our faces after they're bailed out about the tax cuts that they got. And they're going to call all the other people at our level, guys, you and me, they're going to call us takers and welfare queens and all this other shit, right? Y'all remember 2020, 6 years ago? Y'all remember all those companies that were bragging whole time? Yo, we got all this money, the tax cuts, right? They just got their taxes lowered by Republicans. Profits sky high, stock market sky high. Not one fucking month into a pandemic, and they was asking the government for a bailout. You see, a whole bunch of people who will argue for the corporations will be all up in individuals, people talking about, well, what do you do with that money? Where's your savings? Okay, how come we don't ever ask corporations that? 1 month and you asking for a bailout? What the fuck was you doing with all the profits you was bragging about getting? You got your taxes lowered. You got deregulated like you want. You was bragging about all the profits. Did you not save any of it? Oh, that's right. Stock buybacks, all that other horse shit. Right? And you know what our government did in the pandemic? Those corporations, to my point earlier about you being a company or you being a corporation, you are the most free. That same pandemic, we all saw it, guys. Those corporations bailed out like that by the Fed with our money. Meanwhile, any sort of COVID relief for us, it wasn't instant like that. That had to be debated in Congress. And we weren't going to get shit like the other countries got. You know what I mean? So I want y'all to really think about that. This system, if we were to fix and repair the system as it is currently designed, what are we actually fixing except just increasing the inevitable? Because the system, the direction is going, guys, that's intentional. It is designed to go this way. The accumulation of wealth by the few is designed to work this way. So if we're fixing that system, what does that really mean? I'm not the smartest dude, man. I'm not college educated. You know what I mean? All I know is that right now my fellow Americans are hurting, and this current system that we talk so highly about is $40 trillion in debt, got us fucking starting illegal wars in the Middle East. Oh, and by the way, the current head of our country is covering up the sex trafficking of minors by pedophiles. Yeah, that's a system I really want to uphold. But yeah, guys, y'all know how it is, man. Hey, shout out to the chat. Y'all know how we get, man. We definitely we don't do echo chambers. Y'all was keeping that energy, man. For any of our new guys, remember, our chat is rough, but typically I'm gonna cuss the chat out. The chat's gonna call me all kind of names, and that's just how we operate, man. We're gonna go back and forth. But shout out to all the guys that came up. It was a dope conversation. It was a long one. We were up here for 4 hours. This was good, man. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered Network. Guys, this is my channel, my personal channel, at Tyrus05. If y'all want to go and subscribe over there, you know, we be dual streaming. But for sure, before you do anything, you make sure you like, share, and subscribe to this network. You know what I mean? We got a lot of talent, a lot of talented guys, and BMU, man. BMU takes care of us over here, man. Really appreciate that dude. You know what I mean? He comes through clutch all the time. Guys, I hope you guys have a good week. Make sure to go down as many rabbit holes as you want to. Always ask questions. I'm Tyrus the Warlock. You guys have a good night. Peace.